workplace, they hit the ground running.
This is for you who have been kicked down, you who have been afraid to hold your loved one's hand. This affects every single one of us.
I wish I could slow the pace of the world, but we can't. What we can do is make sure that our employees are given the right skills so they can thrive. And so for us, the digital fitness app is a way for a company to harness the innovation capabilities of thousands of people across this organization and our clients as well. And what we've been doing is rolling out the digital fitness app with teachers. We have a big responsibility to groom the next workforce of the future to make sure they hit the ground running.
From the Beverly Hilton in Los Angeles, I'm Shira Lazar with Jason Carter.
Hey guys, oh my gosh, Shira, so glad to be here. It is Trevor Live 2019. It's my first.
We are breaking you in.
Breaking me in, and I love it. Such an amazing event, supporting an amazing organization.
It really is, and we are here on the orange carpet. In just a few moments, we'll have all the celebrities who will be joining us today, all the allies, all the LGBTQ plus community, and of course, we are supporting an incredible cause, and it's not just about us here tonight. It's about everyone watching and getting all of you involved.
Absolutely. We are streaming live right now on Reverie TV, the unapologetically queer streaming TV network that has the best in LGBTQ plus content, movies, music, you name it, it's there. Log on. You said it. Great allies, great celebrities going to be walking the orange carpet tonight, raising money. What's the goal tonight, Shira?
Oh my God, we want to raise $300,000 at least, but we want to raise more than just $300,000.
Absolutely, absolutely. So the honorees tonight. So many beautiful
Oh my
people.
God, Cybil
Shepherd.
I think it's because she's about to make her way here. She's the first one here, one of the first.
Absolutely. She's getting the Champion Award. And also, Hayley Kiyoko is being honored with the Youth Innovator Award.
So excited for her. I'm a big fan of her music, and she's just amazing. All the work that she does and what she represents, not just in her music, but outside of it, her advocacy.
Absolutely.
And we have so many more people. Gigi Gorgeous is going to be here.
Heidi Klum.
Yes, of course. I just remember her from the Halloween outfit, but hopefully she's not going to be wearing like Halloween outfits tonight.
Sure, she's the queen of Halloween. I mean, like Mariah Carey's the queen of Christmas. Heidi Klum is absolutely the queen of Halloween. But look, this is your 9th.
Oh my God! It is
Trevor
my 9th
Project?
Trevor Live.
Yes.
Yes, I've been doing it from the beginning, from the first time we were actually streaming in like the heyday of the digital universe. I don't want to age myself, but it's evolved so much.
Right.
We've done it from so many locations around Los Angeles with so many different hosts. We were talking about Tyler Oakley, who's like an icon.
Yes, we had who else?
Patrick Hall.
Miles J.
Miles J, of course. Ryan Mitchell, who's going to be joining me at the Slay God. Afterwards, we're doing this whole red carpet music showcase where for the first time we're actually going to be having musicians play.
Love
we're
it,
going to
love
continue
it.
a bit of like a telethon afterwards during the actual dinner and the show.
That's great. So if you want to donate, log on to trvr.org/TrevorLive. You can donate through Tiltify. Again, that's trvr.org/TrevorLive. Donate through Tiltify. Let's talk about the Trevor
Yeah,
Project.
and the link is right here. It's
it's
right on the screen. So how you can donate is through that.
They're talking to us in our ear. This is live, you guys. This is live. This is live. Go ahead. I'm here
Why
for you.
did you even ask me?
I was saying, well, the Trevor Project is an amazing organization.
God, yes, it's one of the biggest LGBTQ plus organizations that helps with suicide prevention, bullying, and also provides tools for LGBTQ youth in crisis. We're talking about Trevor Space, which is a social network where you can go onto to get support, to meet peers that are going through what you're going through. Because as we know, like we live in LA, there might be some people watching from bigger cities where they feel accepted, but so many places where people are growing up around the country or even around the world, there isn't that type of acceptance. And yet you can go on to Trevor Space and find those people that make you realize that you are not alone. There's also the Lifeline, where you can text to chat at any time, 24/7. They have people there to support you and just guide you through the process.
Absolutely. Just so many great suites. And also they have information and resources for youth serving adults that want to
educational programs,
Absolutely.
Advocacy. So they're constantly helping with legislation because as we know, we're going through a crazy time right now.
It's a little volcanic.
Where,
and yes, it's a little
rights
hot.
rights are constantly being taken away. And so they are on the front lines fighting for those things that we might take for granted sometimes.
Absolutely, sure. Let's move on to have our first guest on
Yes.
Miguel here. Yes, from putting on
Oh my
original
God,
content.
Miguel.
Model, hello.
I was wondering,
Hi.
they were saying someone in my ear and I didn't know it was you.
Hi, beautiful. You're so tall today.
I'm so tall. He sees
love
me
it.
in my my flats and my
No
like
makeup,
sweats.
but yeah.
No makeup.
This is Shiraz Sasha Fierce for Beyonce.
I love it.
So how are you? Tell us about being here today.
This is the most important cause, and it's like an honor to be, and you have to be here to support this because that's what we have to do.
100%. Speaking out and showing support to the youth of America that may not have a platform to come out to share their stories, that may feel afraid. In your own experience, what has Trevor Project done for you? How has it enriched your life?
Honestly, I feel like everything they do is something that I personally, since I came to America, want to do, and it's youth is the most amazing and so pure and so important thing. It's our future, and I am gay, and for me it was easy, but for so many it wasn't.
Yeah.
So,
And married.
and married.
Right? Are you? Oh my God. I was like,
Is that wishful thinking? I'm married. You're married.
No, also coming from Israel, which is a place like Tel Aviv has one of the best prides, by the way.
Yeah, and also I just hear so many stories. Also, people reaching out to my Instagram all the time. Because
And what do you say to them?
I'm just listening and I'm sharing with them my story. And I just got married and my life is so amazing, and they can have the same amazing life no matter what other people will say or their parents if they're not supporting or anybody.
It gets better?
It gets better. Yeah. It's already better, but some country and some area some people just it's not. So.
Who are you excited to see tonight? Have you seen any other celebrities around?
Well, the carpet's just heating up too.
But is this your first Trevor?
Yes. I'm
Welcome.
so excited. It's so amazing. So,
All
yeah.
right, so the holidays are around the corner. You know, it may be 95 degrees here in Los Angeles, but yes, it is November.
It is sweaty. I'm sweating.
Yes, we're spitting right now. What are your plans for the holidays?
Going to my husband's family in Pennsylvania, so I'm going to be in the country. Yeah. So it's going to be fun.
Midwest.
Yeah.
We love it. We love it.
Cold, yeah.
Do you have anything else coming up that you want to talk about?
My reality show on Reverie, so season 2 is coming.
Yes.
So then all these people can see really a deep look into a gay life.
So the show's called Putting On, yes?
Yes.
Okay, so tell the audience what the show is about that may not know what Putting On is. Season 2, congratulations.
Thank you. The show is about me, but basically about young gay that started his own underwear company and just trying to do good in business, in life, in relationships, and all the drama behind it, and how hard it is.
I was an eye on it. Did I make
And
an
she's
appearance?
gonna be on it.
I make an appearance.
Well, I want to make an appearance too. And do I get free underwear if I show up on set?
Yes.
You
All
didn't
right.
give me free underwear.
It's for
No,
me.
it's-
Is
no,
it
no,
in
no.
unisex?
We're gonna talk.
We don't
We're
want
talking. No, Shara
genderless
doesn't need. Shara
underwear.
doesn't need.
We're not about gender here.
Yeah.
Right?
I would love for you to wear our boxers.
Yes.
All
that'd be fun.
inclusive. Da-dums.
This is what happens. You know, you never know. It's such a reunion here. So people see each other that have obviously been here many years, but also friends. You know, obviously, like we're friends.
Love
behind
her.
the scenes.
She is a tourist. She is territorial.
Oh my God. All right. Well, thank you so much. You rock. Have
Thank
a
you so
fun
much.
time.
Good night.
Now we have the Reverie founders. Speaking of which, we are live on Reverie right now. They've been amazing to sponsor this live stream.
Absolutely.
So we could be here tonight.
Christopher Rodriguez.
Hello.
Hi.
Hey, how are you doing?
Great. So we gotta get everyone in here. All right. Tell us your names.
Aaliyah Daniels.
LaShawn McGee.
And this is Christopher Rodriguez. Okay, so we are in the house, TrevorLIVE 2019, streaming on Reverie. You guys have been an amazing partner. What does this mean to you guys? This is doing the good work.
I mean, it means the world to us to be able to partner with a organization like the Trevor Project. I mean, they're literally saving young kids' lives. I wish I knew about an organization like them when I was young.
Yeah, we're so proud to be back for the third time at TrevorLIVE LA. It's such an amazing event. There's so many wonderful people. There's so many amazing stories you hear during the show of people whose lives have been changed by Trevor. And just for us to be able to be here and work to help to spread that knowledge and also to help get donations and help to allow for this organization to continue to do the amazing work that it does, it's just invaluable for us.
Yeah, I'm really excited about the fact that we are really allowing for audience participation and being a part of it. Like, if you want to join, if you believe in what we're doing, if you believe in what Trevor's doing, please donate. Please like their pages. You know, this is something that we need to support based on the fact that like they are definitely helping people. And I like Chris was saying, I wish I had this when I was a kid.
Absolutely, you guys. Want to ask, Reverie is unapologetically queer, unapologetically streaming, making sure that you guys have the best in queer content, music videos, programming. In 2019 and going forward, why is that important? Is there how are we ushering a new dawn in television and programming for our community?
Absolutely. I mean, representation is at an all-time high right now, which is really great. But you know, a company like ours, a network, a really unapologetically queer TV network that streams 24/7.
Unapologetically queer. What does that mean?
It means that we're making no excuses. It is all about the culture of queer, 24/7. So yeah.
And we're going to have a world premiere tonight, right?
Yes.
About?
Yes, we're going to be doing a music showcase in about an hour, and we're going to premiere our newest original short film, Out.
Which I think is so amazing. So on Reverie, you can find shorts, you can find music videos, originals, series, podcasts, all of it.
It's not the snack, it's the whole buffet, Shira. It's the
Yes,
whole buffet.
that's your go-to line.
It's the truth,
No, I love it. I'm going to steal that line.
It's yours.
For
You're
real.
welcome.
Well, this has been amazing, and thank you so much for being a partner here because we wouldn't be able to bring people access to this who are in the middle of the country, who wouldn't be able to be here, and who might not know of the incredible work that Trevor Project does if it wasn't for organizations like yours.
Thank you.
And we love you. And you're also at Pride. What's coming up? other prides. You guys like live stream from every major pride, I feel.
We have a lot. We've been doing a lot. We're going to be doing some premieres in addition to out before the end of the year. We have some really great, amazing content. You have to check out the content. We have a series, Sink Sank Sunk with Laura Linney. We have a show called Kappa Force, which is about queer superheroes. And as On was talking about, we're going to be premiering his show soon. And Pride is definitely going to be an amazing experience this year.
Yeah, 2020. It's a big one.
It's coming. You guys, who are you excited to see tonight? Tons of stars here tonight.
Yes, Cybil Shepherd, I think, is amazing. She's just an absolute legend.
Right.
I'm excited to see Heidi Klum in person.
Yes,
right there.
me too.
Yes.
Me too.
Right there.
I'm excited to see Hayley. I'm just I'm glad that she's the honoree this year, and so I'm just looking forward to that.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much for being here, for all your support, and for being in our ears all night long.
Guys, enjoy. Have a great night. Reverie TV, unapologetically queer, streaming some of the best content, LGBTQ plus programming.
They do
We
great
love
work.
it. Great work. Absolutely.
I know. I love what they
They're wanting
do.
us to switch sides, Shira.
I know. We're going to do it live.
Okay, we just did a dance. That was our first dance of the evening.
Hey.
Switch mics too.
Switch mics too.
Okay, hey.
Again, let's reintroduce ourselves. I'm Shira Lazar.
Jason Carter here, and as Shira has said earlier, this is my first Trevor Live, and I'm just so happy
But you
to
know
be
what?
here.
You're usually on Entertainment Tonight ET Live, which is so pro, and so we're kind of like here. It's a party. It's so much fun.
I mean, the Danny Francesi just stepped onto the
I love
carpet.
Daniel. Oh my God, he's wearing this huge, amazing red jacket.
He's giving you kind of a male Lizzo moment, actually.
Yes,
Also,
totally.
Cybil Shepherd, who's been honored with a Champion Award, she's going to be coming to talk to us in just a few.
And also we have presenters. Gigi Gorgeous is going to be here.
Yes.
We mentioned Heidi Klum. Lance Bass is going to be here.
From RuPaul's Drag Race, and Nina West just stepped onto the carpet.
Yes, we have a lot of the drag stars who are going to be here.
Right.
And you know they bring it.
They know if they don't bring it, they'll have hell to pay.
Yeah, because those photos are going online.
They live forever. They live forever. Now, if you want to donate, you can go to trvr.org/TrevorLive and use Tiltify. The goal tonight is $300,000, but we're going to bump that.
Yeah,
we're going to try to get
surpass that.
Absolutely.
Again, the link, you could go to trvr.org/TrevorLive, or it is on the live stream. You can click through and donate. Of course, the money is going to the tools that Trevor needs to continue the incredible work they do to support and save LGBTQ youth in crisis. This goes to suicide prevention, crisis intervention. They have, and we mentioned the Trevor Space, which is their social network.
Yes.
Trevor Lifeline, text to chat, Trevor Chat, of course, and educational programs, advocacy. They are on the front lines doing the work that needs to be done, and it's more important than ever before.
Right, for over 20 years now. Sure. I want to thank also our
wild.
sponsors, Abercrombie & Fitch and PricewaterhouseCoopers Foundation. This is going to be a great night.
It is. It always is a good night, and it also is like right before the holidays start, so it becomes a bit of a holiday party. And you know the holidays are coming up when Trevor Live happens. Of course, this is the one in LA that happens every year. There's also one in New York that happens,
Which is just as big, just as star-studded, and just as important. So again, go to trvr.org/TrevorLive to donate. And we're going to be here all night chatting with the stars. Also, you're looking at Raja, season 3 winner of RuPaul's Drag Race. That is Drag Race royalty. She's going to come and stop by.
Also, Adam Lambert's makeup artist.
Love it, love it. Tonight,
What?
it's going to be off the hook.
It is going to be off the hook. We have, we have some beautiful people coming up right now. Actually, the CEO.
CEO of Trevor
Hello,
Project.
welcome
Amit
to the
Patel.
show.
Hello.
Nice to see you.
Good to see you both.
Another year.
Another year, another Trevor Live, and so much to celebrate and still so much work to do.
Yeah, definitely. And this is Jason's first time.
Me, it's my first time.
We're so glad that you're here. Thank you for being here to support the Trevor Project and to bring more awareness to the work that we're doing.
Absolutely. The work you're doing. Let's talk about that. Over 20 years, changing lives for more than 2 decades, the significance of that.
Well, it's huge, and one of the things that's really special about tonight is that we're actually having young people who used our services and who we helped to change and save their lives coming and sharing those stories. So as we've been around for longer and longer, we have so many more people who now have pushed through those dark times and can talk about the impact that the Trevor Project had and how we literally saved lives of LGBTQ youth.
Amit, it's so great to see you another year, of course. You've been doing so much work. Tell us how things have changed over the past year, because we know a lot is changing in the real world as well.
Well, this year we had one of the most momentous transformations in the 21-year history of the organization. We've always had a phone lifeline, and we've had text and chat, but it's 2019. We need to make sure that young people, if they don't want to pick up the phone, that they can text and chat for help. So this year we expanded those programs to be available 24/7, and we immediately saw a huge response from LGBTQ youth reaching out at all times of the day who just were looking for help and wanted to text and chat to get it.
Do you feel like there are spikes when crazy things happen, whether it's in our government or in the news, which is also why the work you all do is so important?
We do see that. I mean, the day after the presidential election in 2016, our call volume more than doubled in just a 24-hour period of time. When the president tweeted that trans people would be banned from the military, we saw a spike in trans and non-binary youth reaching out for help. So we know negative policies hurt people, but the words themselves really do matter. You know, that's what our parents might have taught us, but it really matters, and we can see that. And young people just feeling isolated and lonely when people say that they are not good of and that they're not deserving love and respect.
I mean, let's get personal real quick. Trevor, the Trevor Project in your life, how is it inspiring you? I mean, you are this beacon of hope and this beacon of strength within the organization. For you, how has that changed your life?
I mean, the Trevor Project has completely changed my life. I got involved 8 years ago as a volunteer counselor answering calls on our 24/7 phone lifeline, and it very quickly and still is the most meaningful thing I have ever done in my life. You know, sometimes we all go through dark times and tough times. When you hear what young people and some young people are going through in this country, how tough their lives are and how they are brave enough to reach out for help, to get support and push through that, it's incredibly inspirational. And I want us to remember there are a lot of LGBTQ youth who are in pain and who are suffering and need our help. And yet they are so inspiring of how they are pushing through those dark times. They're a beacon of light for all of us. And I think we should all just think and try to emulate what they are doing because they're so amazing. And
this generation is amazing, this next generation.
It's incredible. And there are a lot of dark times now. It's difficult and challenging with what's going on in Washington and a lot of state capitals. And that's why it's so important that we have people gathering here tonight and sending such a clear message that LGBTQ youth are beautiful and they are deserving of love and respect and that they are never alone.
Amit, thank you so much again for being here. We will be celebrating inside, having a drink.
We'll see you
having
there.
us.
Thank you so much for being here.
Absolutely. I mean, have a good time.
Fun, enjoy.
All right, the party just keeps going. We have Drag Race royalty.
Nina West,
season 11,
Hello,
Miss Congeniality. Good to see you again.
sexy.
And I'm wearing clothes.
I know. What's happening right now?
When did you see?
Rue would be upset.
It's so good to see you.
You look beautiful.
Thank you so much.
Tell us about being here tonight and how
It's
important
such an
it is.
honor to be here.
Yeah.
So this Trevor Project, the Trevor Project is so important to LGBTQIA youth everywhere. And as adults, it's our responsibility to ensure that we supply the Trevor Project with the resources to ensure that our youth feel like they're seen and they're heard, and they don't have to take a serious question of their value and their worth in this life. So,
Nina, on the last season of RuPaul's Drag Race, you were so just the way the stories you told were so visceral, very emotional about your own experiences growing up LGBTQ+. And I know for a fact that you do such great work across the country, across the world, being such an upstanding just vision of what a good-natured human being is. Why is it so important for you to use the platform you have to reach out to your millions and millions of fans across the globe?
Because, I'm given this huge opportunity and it reminds me that, I was once this kid who felt alone and scared and isolated and questioned everything about me and my worth, my identity, and my value. So now having this major platform in front of me, afforded to me by the show, I take it very seriously to use it to raise my voice so others don't feel so alone and so isolated and so scared. Because I think it's such a common thread for queer people is that we don't feel seen and we don't necessarily feel heard. Yeah.
Miss Congeniality, just everything.
Finally, for the youth watching, what advice do you have?
Oh my gosh, for the youth watching, I recommend finding someone that you can surround yourself with that will lift you up and will hear you and see you. For the youth watching, I encourage you to love yourself and feel the strength in your own identity, in your own skin, and that's tough because at the age where these kids are like at this awful age where everything comes into question, let alone your identity. But find someone who will support you and love you.
All right. Well, thank you again
Nina
for being
West,
here.
so good to see you.
Appreciate
It's so
it.
good to see you.
Have fun.
Thank you.
Mwah.
Thank you. Thank
Lots
you,
of
guys.
kisses. Lots of air kisses tonight.
Mwah, mwah,
Mwah. So we have one of the presenting partners from
partners, yes.
Abercrombie and Fitch joining us.
Carrie Krug, so
right
good to see you.
now.
Step onto the carpet. Hi,
Yes,
you come in
join
the middle,
us.
Carrie. Hi.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Abercrombie and Fitch sponsoring tonight. Why did such a herald brand, such a legacy brand as A&F get involved in the good work that Trevor Project is doing?
Well, we have a shared passion for people being able to express themselves, and everybody should be able to do that, no matter what their gender identity is or what their sexual orientation is. And at Abercrombie, we truly celebrate all kinds of diversity and are always aiming to inspire and encourage our associates and our customers to express themselves and feel confident.
And what advice would you have for other companies out there who want to get involved and be real allies?
I mean, I think it's just to be authentic to who you are
Absolutely,
and
yes,
who the organization is. And one thing that I think that we've done that's made it such a successful partnership is that we work really closely with the Trevor Project to craft what that should be, because we ultimately just want to make sure that our support is having the biggest impact possible.
What's up next for the two of you? Like you're dating or something.
We are. We're in love. Well, we are super excited to continue to expand our partnership into 2020 and beyond, and have a lot of really exciting initiatives in the works, but I can't yet talk about them.
They're coming. We're super
coming.
excited.
They're definitely coming. All right. Well, thank you.
Yeah, thank you so
Thank you.
much.
Thank you. Thank you.
We love it.
you,
Thank you for your
Carrie.
support. See, we couldn't be here without the support of brand partners like Abercrombie and Fitch.
And I have to say that every time I'm in an Abercrombie store, I leave smelling amazing
I
because it
know,
smells
it's the
so
smell.
good. It's the scent.
Yes,
It's the
the
scent.
scent of Abercrombie and Fitch. That's definitely
It's everywhere. Cheryl Lazar, so good to be here with you
Jason
tonight.
Carter. You know, I realized I said your name at the top of the show instead of letting you say it. I was like, I'm Cheryl Lazar and this is Jason Carter.
It's all good. It's all good.
I
we're
just like
just
love
excited
how,
to be here.
how I can say your name. It just rolls off the tongue.
But I don't have an exotic name like Cheryl Lazar.
I appreciate it.
All right, we are
appreciate
at the Trevor Live 2019 Gala
Yes.
at the Beverly Hilton here in Beverly Hills, and the orange carpet is open. Everyone is walking the carpet.
It's starting to get packed.
It is.
Of course, but it's not just about the glitz and the glam, and we just see Cybil Shepherd, who's hopefully going to be making her way here right now. It's about donating and supporting a great cause. Also, you can join us in the chat if you have any questions for any of the talent, or if you just have questions about life, we are here to support you. I mean, we have people joining and watching from around the world, a lot of the young people who are part of the Trevor community, and also new people who are joining us. Welcome. We'll be helping you learn more about all the amazing work that Trevor Project does. But look who it
Stepping
is.
onto the carpet is Mr. Daniel Francese.
Oh my God.
In
Hello.
a red
Can I just,
moment.
wrap
Hi,
myself
Danny. Good
in
to
it?
see you.
Can I wrap myself in it?
Wait, hold on. There's room for everyone. Hi. We're going to do the
Oh my
interview like this.
God.
No, no, stay here. So, Danny, hi.
This
Hello.
is amazing.
How are you?
No, this
This is really hot too, and I'm
I
sweating.
feel 99 pounds. I had to worry about no silhouettes.
It's okay. It's a moment. Lizzo would be proud.
This is a Norma Kamali, like sleeping bag coat. Don't you love it?
Daniel, though, you're going to make everyone think it's actually cold in LA. You're a liar.
It was 94 degrees today.
Well, you know,
Shade.
No matter what I wore, I was gonna look hot. So let's be
Steamy.
honest.
Danny, you have been such a vocal advocate in the LGBTQ plus community around the world. The Trevor Project, we're here tonight celebrating the importance of this organization in your life and for your fans.
This is so important to me. I mean, with all the rollbacks that we're experiencing with the current administration, with all the things that are going on in the world today, it's important that we let our youth know that we are there for them. You know, those voices that some of us didn't have growing up, we need to make sure we send the elevator back down and get real loud and let them know that, don't worry, girl, every single thing I got made fun of for, I cash a check for.
Yes.
Okay, so get your piggy bank ready, and we here ready for you to party at Trevor Live 2027.
We're in 2019.
Yeah,
if
when
you
you're
remember.
ready. When you're ready, come party.
Oh, in the future, yes.
Yes.
I was like, do you know where you are? So what advice do you have for, I mean, you did give us some advice, but like, what advice would you give the young you?
You know what? And this is not just me, but any one of you. We all have gifts. Queer people are given special gifts. Like, take your gifts and use them, or you lose them. You'll use every single talent you ever have your entire
Preach.
life. Let them shine, so the light that God shines on you, you reflect, so other people could bask in it.
Preach. It is
Hallelujah,
Sunday.
Danny.
It is Sunday.
What are you working on now? You are busy. You're traveling the world with your stand-up act. You are busy.
I'm busy. I'm putting my tour on hold until the new year. I'm taking a little bit of break. I'm about to do a play reading with the Old Globe, and then come back, rejuvenated into the new year with some more comedy and surprises.
And a lot of your comedy involves a lot of the LGBTQ community. You're doing these amazing queer shows as well.
Yeah, I mean, I've been, at every Bear Week that I could find that'll let me get up there on stage with a microphone. So Bear Weeks, get into it. I'm there for you. I'll be your MC. I'll be your funny person.
Get into it.
You are amazing. Well,
I'm happy to see both of you. I
know. We all love each other. There is a
Really?
lot of love in this
Did you
room.
were you in my DMs like, I'll see you there, girl?
I think I might have.
It was a tweet.
It was a tweet. Yeah.
Dude, we're friends,
We
you guys.
just
We go
knew.
back.
Actually know each other.
We know each other. This is a real throuple.
Yes, I'm down. Hey.
Well, I mean, it's like two ladies.
But it's really hot in there, Danny.
It
It's
is
really hot.
I'm like cooking a baked potato. I gotta go.
All right, have fun. Thank you so much again.
Bye,
Great to see
Danny.
you.
Good to
Thank
see you.
Oh my God, so
Trevor
much
Live.
fun.
I know. 2019. The stars
It's just
are
the
here.
beginning.
And we have. Not yet.
I think we have Cybil Shepherd joining us in a moment.
Just a moment.
Champion
Okay.
Award,
All right,
of course, for being an incredible ally. Also, of course, she starred on the L Word, but then also her daughter's going to
Yes,
be the next L
Clementine
Word.
Ford, L Word, the Q generation coming out. Talk about a full circle moment for a family.
I know. Hello, Cybil Shepherd. is making
hello.
her way
Come in the
here.
middle, Cybil. You
Yeah,
absolutely
look at you.
can.
You look so. This is comfy.
Comfy.
This is comfort.
Comfy and chic.
Well, there's a certain time in life when, from the ankle down, it doesn't matter what you wear. So I've been kind of a champion of sneakers for a very long time. And so I found that the first time I wore high-top sneakers to the Emmys, half the women hated me because I was so much more comfortable, and the other half loved me. So people always look down at my feet to see what I've got on.
You're
okay,
a
they're
trendsetter.
sneakers.
And you know what? You've earned the right to wear sneakers wherever you want. Tonight, though,
All right, baby.
you are being honored with the Champion Award. Congratulations, Cybil. How do you feel?
Well, it's interesting. Champion is kind of an intimidating word.
For Cybil Shepherd?
Well, what I really wanted to be when I was growing up was I wanted to play basketball. But I'm old enough that we couldn't compete with other schools. So I failed gym on purpose so I could continue to play volleyball and basketball.
You had a plan.
I had a plan. I was also a smart ass, but don't tell anybody. That's what the gym teacher would
Our
say.
secret.
So what what does a champion mean for you now, this day and age?
Well, I think that we want to choose what we champion or who we champion with care. So what are we asking for here? We're asking the freedom, not only for everyone to love whom they want to love, but especially young people, to reach out to the Trevor Project. This is one of the most important organizations. It's been around for a while, but just to remind them that they can, through email, through text, through calling, there are people waiting to hear your story and waiting to support you.
And I just congratulate you also on your daughter.
Yes, Clementine Ford. Now, you played Phyllis Kroll in the L Word, yes? Fantastic role. Now your daughter, Clementine Ford, is going to be playing in the L Word, the Generation Q. Well, as we were saying earlier, Shira, full circle moment,
amazing.
full circle.
Is that incredible?
It is incredible and wonderful. And I think that with children, you really have to I'm just very lucky that my 3 kids, I only meant to have 2, but I ended up with twins.
I'm a twin as well, yeah.
Oh, you are?
Yes.
Oh my
Surprise.
God.
Yeah, okay, continue. I'm sorry.
Well,
love it.
Well, I have Ariel and Zach, so that's A to Z. So Ariel just got married. It's in the New York Times style section today. The most beautiful picture of her wedding with Eliza.
I know Eliza from way back.
Oh, you do?
Yes,
Oh my
God! I can't. Yeah, I remember when they just started dating.
Oh my God! Well, I was just thank God the rabbi had tissues because I'm going like, and she hands me tissues. So it was a beautiful wedding. It was I've never been to such a beautiful wedding.
Cybil, you've had this amazing career. You are longevity and just such you're such a legend in Hollywood. What's next for you?
Well, it's interesting. Right now, I'm very happy just to be here. I'm looking forward to something else. I think the most important thing for an actor to remember is all you need is one great scene. If you've written one great scene, you've got to make sure you're great in it. So, it's certain discipline. Learn the lines, forget the lines, improvise, work with like for instance, chemistry. Chemistry, I believe, is between people, not between actors.
Right.
But if you have chemistry with an actor, don't act on it. That's why Bruce Willis and I never did the dirty.
Oh, good to know.
Hey,
yeah.
look, moonlighting was everything. Moonlighting was everything, Cybil, and so was Cybil. I've been watching you for Cybil. Yes, I'm having a moment with Cybil
Yes.
Shepherd, you guys. Okay, congratulations again.
Yeah.
All the best. Happy holidays.
Thank you. Happy holidays
And
to you.
enjoy your time here. And
I am
thank you.
going to.
We appreciate it. And congrats on your family, too.
Oh, yes. Yes, it's a joyous
Expanded family.
time. Expanded family.
Enjoy. All right, we are continuing on here, so you can. I feel like you want to jog
off in your comfy shoes, Cybil.
Gracefully
Tonight's
jogging.
champion award
She's
recipient.
amazing.
Stepping onto the carpet is
Ashley Marie Preston!
Ashley Marie Preston. Come to the middle, Ash.
Hello, look at you. Ashley, you've had a busy time to say the least. What is up with you and Elizabeth Warren?
Oh my God. So first of all, she is the next president of the United States. So I know that I just started a fight, but that's okay. I've been fighting my whole life. It's really been interesting that we have an amazing selection of presidential candidates, and it's so breathtaking and refreshing that we have people who are talking about intersectionality. They're talking about LGBTQ issues. They're talking about incarceration. They're talking about the homeless. And so whoever wins the primary, I think we're in really good hands.
Ashley, want to talk to you about trans women of color. I know me and you have had many conversations about that. Talk to our audience about the importance of really highlighting trans women of color, because a lot of people feel that they are underserved, that they are not seen. Let us know.
Well, I think a lot of that has to do with the idea of intersectionality. So intersectionality describes multiple threats of discrimination when an individual's identity overlaps with multiple marginalized groups. So whereas most people would say, well, I'm a member of the LGBTQ community, my experiences are also compounded because I am too, but also I'm Black and also I'm a woman. And so we see that the ways in which racism, misogyny, and transphobia play together. And so it gives us a statistic that says that the average Black trans woman has a life expectancy of only 35 years old. And I'm 35, actually. And so the idea, like, my life is just beginning. So I couldn't imagine what it would be like to know that my life was coming to an end, all because we don't know how to have nuanced conversations around the disproportionate realities that many of us face.
And just lastly, what advice can you give to the young people watching who see you and what you're doing and just are amazed by it all?
I would say take up space. You deserve to show up to every space as fully who you are. You shouldn't have to shrink your Blackness, your brownness, your transness, your queerness, your creativity, your expressiveness. Everything that makes you is special, and I think that you deserve a chance. And so for those who don't have the kind of support that we have in LA or in New York, just know that your tribe is out here, and you don't have to do any of it alone, ever.
Why the Trevor Project is so important. Ashley Marie Preston,
Yes.
thank you so much again.
Thank you
for
so
being
much.
here. You look fabulous.
Per usual.
We'll see you soon. Oh my God.
Hi.
Lauren and Samira.
Lauren Morelli
are
and
here.
Samira are here. Oh my gosh, come. Samira Wiley, come in, get in the middle.
All right, let's come in the middle. Little sandwich. Are we not?
Lauren Morelli, Samira Wiley. Hi. Hello.
We're all kissing.
Good to see
We
you.
talk to each other, but we're just all hugging and kissing. It's so
Trevor
great
Live.
to see both of
Yes.
you together because I met her, but I have not met you.
Well,
the
here
other
I
half.
am, everyone.
Samira, the strength you showed in The Handmaid's Tale in some of those most gripping scenes, I'm floored. Why is it so important to have that representation in television?
Oh, wow. I think that it's just so important to be able to have anyone who's a minority being represented. For me, growing up, there were not too many people who looked like me, who I was able to look on television and see people who look like me. When you see yourself represented, you feel validated. You feel more like a human being. You feel seen, simply. So I hope that everyone on that show, and also me, that we're able to do that for the next generation.
And can you tell us about the importance of supporting an organization like the Trevor Project and being here tonight?
Oh my gosh. I'm on the board of directors. It's the best thing I do. It's the thing I am most proud of outside of our marriage. It's just, I think about for how many queer kids and gay kids and trans kids and non-binary kids who might not know anyone else like them in order, for them to be able to pick up the phone and immediately have access to a community. We're here to say that we love you and we are here for you, and we give you a big giant virtual hug.
Yeah, exactly. Visibility matters, just like us being here, and also what you were talking about earlier about being able to, show this on television. So all of it is wrapped up into one.
Love it. Samira Wiley, Lauren Morelli, so glad to have you here. You guys look smashing.
Beautiful.
Smashing.
Amazing. And I was going to say, as we do have a lot of people, but just advice for the youth watching, because they do watch both your shows, both Netflix. I mean, it seems like you're both everywhere. Oh, and also Hulu. Everywhere, basically taking over. What advice do you have?
Gosh, I think we've both been really served by being exactly who we are. I feel like the more authentic we are to ourselves and our journeys, actually, the more success we've found. And that's been really inspiring for us. And so I think that serves everybody.
And know that it's not easy. It's a journey to be able to fully accept yourself and be unabashed about the people that you are. And I thank this one next to me for helping me through my journey.
Thank you so much.
Have
Enjoy
a
your
great night. Have a beautiful night.
Thank you so much.
Yes, okay. Bye. Jen Richards from Mrs. Fletcher right now. Actor and
Hi, hello.
writer. Thank you so much.
Come in the middle. Hi.
Oh, and also one of the stars of Generation Q, the
And
L
Brian
Word.
Michael Smith here with
Hello, we
us
got
tonight.
Double trouble. That's right.
Double trouble.
Actually my roommate, so he's my guest tonight, so I want him to come.
Wow. Friend goals there.
Trans people really support each other, like in every possible
Next
way.
level. They said we're going beyond couch surfing. We're going to support
Yeah,
each other.
I got him a bedroom and a
Yep.
bathroom. Like, we need to support each other.
Support is why we're here tonight. Trevor Project. Why is it so important for the youth to have a resource such as the Trevor Project?
We need LGBTQ youth to just survive. Like, that's like the number one thing they have to do. And it's so hard to be a young person, a queer person, to be in high school, to like not have the support of friends and family, to feel so isolated. And we just need them to survive long enough so they can come here and join us, to get to be full, thriving, vibrant, individual, unique adults.
Yes.
And so Trevor Project, whatever resources we have, and I love that they're solely dedicated to this one issue, just like keep queer youth alive.
I mean, that feeling of isolation, I'm familiar with it, and having support makes the world of a difference. And sometimes you just don't have that access to it in your small town, or maybe you don't feel safe accessing it, with your family and whatnot. So to be able to go online, to send a text message, I mean, there's so many different ways that the Trevor Project exists to allow people to reach out to them. It's just, that is what I think saves lives for sure.
Just knowing that you're not alone. I mean, like over 50% of trans people, I've been suicidal for parts of my life, and it was other trans people that kept me alive.
Yes.
It was other queer people that gave me inspiration and hope and solidarity. So we just want to keep, giving that back as long as we can.
The Trevor Lifeline is 24/7, 365. As you mentioned, so many great initiatives that the organization has to service the youth of America and those around the world that need it.
And we've been talking a lot about representation here, and I know both of you in interviews, you've talked about, great, there's representation, we could always use more, because you need to, your experience is not the experience of everyone.
Right.
Yeah, Brian and I obviously have very different experiences, just across axes of gender and race and where we lived and grew up. And it's important for everyone to be able to see someone enough like them that they can get that sense of hope and if they made it, maybe I can. And the same trans person, is not going to see us both in the same way. So we need all kinds.
And it's I think it takes the pressure off people to feel like I have to be the one. I have to be it all. It's like you can just be you. And if you see more examples of the variations of you, I think people give themselves more permission to do that.
I couldn't have said it better myself.
Yeah,
That's
thank you
on
so
the
much.
money.
And congratulations to both of you.
Happy holidays, you guys.
Hope you're celebrating at your place together.
Invite us over for drinks, okay?
A lot of stuff to watch.
We have it on tape. They invite us over for drinks.
Thank you. Enjoy. We'll see you inside.
Have a good night.
And again, a reminder to donate right now, trvr.org/TrevorLIVE.
It's a mouthful.
Oh my God, to support the amazing work that the Trevor Project does. And the link is also right here on the stream. It's that easy.
Yes, you can donate through Tiltify. Again, so many stars
I'm so excited.
here.
Charlie Barnett, Tales of the City.
Step on. Hi, Charlie.
Also,
Hey,
Russian Doll. I watched the binge
Charlie
watch that
Bennett.
entire.
You watched it all.
Yes. I'm a sick person.
Thank you. I take that with honor. I appreciate it. Thank
That
you.
show.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
I was like, Tell the City. I was like, I also love Russian Doll.
Hey.
Anyway, let's move on to about being here. What's it like to be here? Is this your first time?
This is my first time in Los Angeles. It's not my first time. Yeah.
Okay, your first time at Trevor Live in Los Angeles.
Los Angeles side. I did a couple of the New York ones, but it's nice to bring it home for me.
Yeah.
I'm happy to see it here. happy to be a part of it. I'm honored to be a part of it. It's so important. I mean, you know, the facts are still there that these deaths are occurring, and we need to step up. We need to speak up. So having a voice like this, having an organization like this is so important.
For over 20 years now, the Trevor Project has been that voice, helping those in need. I want to ask you, in what time in your life did you struggle with anything that you needed a friend or a mentor or someone to be in your corner to help you through that?
I don't know if you've seen Russian Doll, but a lot of it shows. I had a lot of occurrences. It's been a personal.
That's a character. No.
Right, yeah.
No, real life here, Charlie.
Real life. No, real life. I have faced it. I've dealt with it. I've tried to commit suicide. I have been in hospitals, and I'm very open about it because I feel like sharing it. It's the first thing that got me through it in the moment. It's the first place that I found outlets, being vulnerable, opening up about it. My friend Samira Wiley, I'm looking at her right now, and she was a big person that was there for me through it. So finding a companion is so important. Having Trevor Project as a base is that companion. It can be that for so many young people.
What would you have done if Trevor Project was around when you were young?
I would have reached out. It's terrifying. It's it's hard to say that, even to just basically say, put yourself on the line like that and reach out in those ways, because it's vulnerable, but you have to, because the other answer is it shouldn't be an option. There's so many other choices. And look at this today. I'm sure there's so many people, look at how beautiful this crowd is, that have been through these points, have been in these pits, and look at how beautiful and shiny and amazing. And
such a celebratory moment.
It's incredible. Yeah. So come up.
Come up and come out. What's next for you?
Well, I have you coming out, where I get to play someone from the community. I'm so dang excited about.
Yeah, I wasn't sure, and then I was like, he's going to be here. He's cute. And then I was like, yeah.
I know. Every time I say it, two people are like, you? Like, are you doing? What are we talking about? No, it's Penn Badgley's show. Yes, you. Yeah.
It is that one, the stalker one.
It is the stalker.
Yes. But
I watched that one too. I watched all the creepy shows.
I'm still watching Penn Badgley as Dan Humphrey on Gossip Girl. Okay.
It's coming back, right?
But it's not the same.
I'm excited.
That's a whole
for that
other
one,
live stream.
Okay.
Well, we appreciate you.
Yeah,
thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you for being here as well.
Absolutely, man. Have a great night.
We're enjoying.
Thank you.
Have fun. We'll see you inside. Okay.
All right,
oh my
two
God.
of my favorite people, Chester
Lockhart
and Michaela Gordon.
Come on.
Yes, and Velvet. Hi, dear. Good to
look
see
how
you.
fabulous.
Hello.
We have a
Chester,
fashion show
this
happening.
Outfit. Stop it.
Go on.
You're giving me Tom Cruise Interview with the Vampire vibes right now.
Okay, honestly,
having like two
can't take her anywhere. Honestly, thank you. Interview with the Vampire is my favorite film. Tom, if you're watching right now, marry me.
All of this,
Trying
Chester.
to embody you. I am 400 years old, so.
Chester, you look like an amazing, beautiful vampire.
Don't tell him that.
Go on.
Don't tell him
He
that.
literally just said that.
That's the Interview with the Vampire.
Thank you so much. I have to say.
Thank you guys. If you'd like.
All right, so Michaela, do you want to? Michaela Gordon hosts the morning show at Channel Q, where I have a radio show.
And Chester Lockhart's an amazing dancer, choreographer, and
Actor and singer. You tried it. I've been retired. I have no more cartilage in my body. She don't dance now. She makes money moves.
He makes moves. I don't know if they're full of money, but they are moves.
This is a very non-traditional carpet.
Do you want to have a drink, Cheryl?
We've had 6 already. I'm sorry.
Tell us about the importance of being here tonight. And
I didn't hear anything you just said. I'm sorry.
tell us about you. Why are you here tonight, Chester?
We're here to support the Trevor Project. As someone who was questioning a lot in my youth, I didn't feel like I had any resources, so it's amazing to be here with an organization which is helping so many kids, providing them, visibility and feeling like they have someone to speak to at the end of the day, which is so important. So it's amazing to be here and to look at all these beautiful, gorgeous people.
Yeah, somebody who has mental illness myself and has felt in a very dark place. I'm thankful for the people that I've always been able to call, and I think that if everybody had somebody to call, it would be such a better place, and that's why the Trevor Project is so important, particularly for our LGBTQ and our LGBTQ youth.
You mentioned mental illness. There is still such a huge stigma regarding mental illness in the United States. That's just it's so disheartening. You opening up about your mental illness, how did that help you? How did that inspire you in your life?
It doesn't always feel good to be like, oh no, I got mental illnesses. I don't want to spread it around in a parade, but you kind of have to, because again, when I see people that I admire or I like or can just relate to somebody about something I feel very insecure about, it totally changes the game for me. And so if I can do that for somebody else, because the point is,
a lot of people have mental illnesses.
Sure.
Depression is okay. Anxiety is okay. It's how you cope with it, and it's you asking for help. I mean, there's no reason to live in a dark hole. Honestly, Chester's my best friend in the whole world. And there was a time last year, truly, where I was really going through it. I could not get out of bed. And we joke, and we have a really good time, and we have a great relationship. But he just came over, and he laid in bed with me, and he said, we're going to get through this. And he did, and he helped me. And you know,
With consent. Yeah. I just want to put that out there.
You both are amazing, and I can't wait to see you inside and
guys
actually
are
hang out.
gorgeous.
Chester Lockhart.
Thank
you.
you.
Good to
I
see
feel
you.
like
You guys
I
are
don't know.
stunning,
I'm
honestly.
sweating. I'm like,
We do what we can, Chester, guys. All the best.
amazing, and I'm inspired by your friendship as well.
Oh my God, I'm trying to get away from her.
Stop. So we are so excited to have one of the honorees tonight, Hayley Kiyoko, joining us right now.
She's receiving the Youth Innovator Award. This is your carpet, Hayley.
Haley, hi.
Haley Kiyoko,
You
hi.
look so, oh my God, I love it. Yes, join.
In the middle. Hi, dear. How are you?
Hey, great. How are you? Hi, nice to meet you too.
Tell us about the importance of receiving this award tonight. What does it mean to you?
It means a lot. I mean, the people who have received the Youth Innovator before have just been so inspirational, and they've been the strength and bravery that we've needed. So I'm just very lucky to be here tonight.
The importance of Trevor Project. You have millions of followers who affectionately call you the lesbian Jesus. They love you, Hayley.
I love them.
But the importance of this project for the youth, for Gen Z, millennials, talk about that, because Trevor Project is doing such great work.
It's really important. You know, growing up, I didn't know about the Trevor Project. I didn't know the support that was out there, because you grow up feeling alone. You're so isolated in your own feelings and your own thoughts. And so it's vital to have the media, to have celebrities, activists, artists to come out and support and be like, hey, we're here for you. And this is a hotline that can help you. And if you're feeling like you need help, you should probably reach out. Like, don't hesitate. Like, just go for it.
Love it. The Trevor Lifeline is there 24/7, 365.
Yeah. And one of the amazing things you do, among many things, is you include a lot of this in your work. Can you tell about the inclusion of that in the process for you? Because you've been able to put a spotlight on a lot of amazing issues through your art.
Thank you. I just happen to be gay, and that's my truth. And so with my music, I've always just spoke my truth. And so it tends to be very representative of the community. I go through heartbreak, I go through rejection, I go through falling in love, and so it's just stories that I'm sharing, and hopefully people are finding a safe space by watching the videos and listening to the music. So,
and just lastly, for your fans watching, what advice do you have?
Lots of advice.
Yeah, specifically as it relates to, I guess, those who are in the LGBTQ plus community or who are watching and they might not know what to do.
Yeah, I mean, advice is, if you don't have the support around you, there is support all over the world. There's support from Trevor Project, there's support from us, there's support from strangers. We're all looking for support and help to love ourselves, and so that is not impossible. You'll get through it. So, yeah.
Thank you so
Hayley
much.
Kiyoko receiving tonight's Youth Innovator Award, and also LOVE Me, Love Me.
Check out my single, and I'm going on tour in January, so go
That's
get
a
your
lot
tickets.
coming up. That's a lot coming up.
Come say hi to me.
Hayley, thank you so much.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Enjoy. Yes.
I'm gonna exit.
Yes, exits. I'm like, we need to go a bit up. We somehow landed.
Now
Gigi
we have one of
Gorgeous,
my most
looking
favorite people,
gorgeous.
Gigi Gorgeous.
I know. How are you?
Hi, you look beautiful.
Hi, Gigi. Good to see you again.
Thank you.
I feel like I haven't seen you since you got married.
Yeah,
which
July. It's pretty new. It's like 3 months, right? Yeah. Haven't seen you since my book. We did it.
Came in and we gathered about your book at ET Live. It was great. It was great. I love it. He said, she said, amazing.
He said, she said, yes.
How has life changed since being married?
It's weird. I feel like everybody says that their life changes, but for me and Nats, like we already lived together. And like we already just had like each other in our lives 24/7. So it's just like a label. It's just like a fun little thing. And of course, more diamonds, which is nice.
Yes.
You can never have enough diamonds, Gigi. You never have enough diamonds.
A new thing I'm learning, like diamonds really are a girl's best friend. Like they truly make you happy. It's like, okay.
Okay, good to know. Good to know.
You mentioned happiness. On your YouTube channel, you reveal, you're so relatable. Your fans see every single facet of who you are and your life. The Trevor Project has been this just positive existence for so many people. How has it influenced your life?
Well, this is my first TrevorLIVE. So it is, and I've seen it, I've heard about it, but I recently went to go like tour the offices and really see them in person, and it's insane the amount of work and their statistics, like the things that they've done over the years. And I mean, for me, like when I was younger, it was very, I feel alone, I can't relate to anybody, and things might never change. And I think that that is what the Trevor Project is fixing, and that's what TrevorLIVE is fixing. It's like you can call out, you can reach out to people, and they can be that voice, even in the silent room that you're in, that will make you hold on for a little bit longer, because things will change. Even if they get worse, they can get better. And it's just holding on there, and Trevor Project is doing that.
Gigi always seems so like from your feed and here, smiley, happy. Are there moments that you feel down, and how do you get through that these days?
It's all who you surround yourself with. Like now I have a built-in support positive system with my wife. She never really lets me stay down very much. If I'm ever down, she's like, hey, we have so much to be thankful for. Like we're so lucky, we're so blessed, focus on the positive. And, you can do a lot alone, but it's your friends, your family, and your loved ones around you that really can bring you out of that rut. And I believe in that.
Advice to the young people watching who might have been in the place you were at, living in Canada, not where you are now.
Yeah. It's crazy how much, I think, hey, New Year's is coming up, right? So I think that we should all focus on that, because whenever New Year's comes around, it's like, where was I in January? You have to focus on the whole year, and you have a lot to be thankful for, and maybe stuff like, I should have done this, I should have done that, but guess what? You have a whole another year. So it's like, you always just have to reflect and be like, okay, I've changed so much. I need to pat myself on the back. Not too much, weighing heavy on yourself. Like, stay positive, like you can do this.
Amazing, and you look fabulous.
Gigi, one last question. We got the book, He Said, She Said this year. You got married. What's next for you?
Well, I just came out with a makeup line with
Genderless,
Ipsy.
also.
Yes,
That's
it
huge.
is. Okay, well, it's for my current self, but it also is for my past self. Like, I wanted to make it for boys, for girls, for people who don't identify, and all the products are 100% Gigi approved. I literally created them, and I wear them every single day. I know a lot of people that wear them every day too, and I'm just really excited because it's out there. You can purchase them on Ipsy.com. They went out in millions of glam bags for the month of November, so it's just a little fab moment. So yes, makeup.
Gigi taking over the world. Gigi Gorgeous, always good to see you.
It's good to see you too.
I gotta get some of your makeup.
Hell yeah.
You know where to find me.
I'm gonna email someone. I'm gonna email. Okay,
Bye.
have fun. Bye.
Coming out to the carpet from Empire is Terrell
Looking
Carter.
good. Hello. How's it
Good to see you, Terrell.
Good to see you too. Good.
So we're in the middle of the last season.
Yeah.
Say it isn't so. Say it isn't so.
Please, you tell me it isn't so. I hope it is. I wish it wasn't.
Are
but
you sad?
It is. Of course. I mean, I was so, but you know what? I'd rather have been a part of this. It's such a great show, and they're not. So it's it's on the last season, and they're giving a lot of twists and turns. So I'm excited about it.
LGBTQ plus issues in the Black community.
Yes.
There is still, for some, a stigma. How is it important for the youth of America, especially men of color, to see strong Black men that are LGBTQ plus represented on television?
Well, absolutely, and not only to have LGBTQ being represented on television just in one genre or just one way. I think that I was fortunate enough to play a character that came across like just a man. It wasn't about him being gay. My storyline was about me and what I came to do. It wasn't like, oh, he's the gay guy, or he's the comic relief, or he needs to look like this or wear this. It was about me having a storyline just like everybody else. And, I was very much ashamed to be who I was growing up. And, after a while, I realized the example that I could be, and it was bigger than me. It was way bigger than me, and I got over it, and I got to the point where I realized that. And when I did, that's when I could be an example for so many others that can look at me and say, wow, that's not what I'm used to on television, or that's not what I'm used to seeing, but I'm like that as well, as well as everything else that goes along with it. So I like to be that example. So I think it's huge. It's huge in the Black community. You understand how that is.
100%.
Sometimes we are, a little bit more against the whole prejudice thing happens in our community, which is ironic because of everything that.
Because we're trying to get acceptance, but we don't accept each other.
Absolutely, and it's hard to get acceptance in that way, and it's hard to be an innovator in that as well, because it's kind of like you're pulled down but pushed, but not, But guess what? I'm all right.
You're all right,
Thanks for all
Terrell
the great
Carter.
work you're doing and all that, being an example for everyone and a beautiful example.
Thank you so much.
Beautiful. It smells good too.
And we're
Okay.
going to see you on Empire's final season. You're killing the man. Have a great
Yes.
night.
Thank you so much.
Enjoy.
Thank you.
Nice meeting you. Mary Lambert is joining us right now.
Mary Lambert.
Oh my
the
God.
voice. Okay, you come in the middle, Mary.
And you are here. So much to celebrate. I met you on Channel Q on Let's Go There.
Oh
When's
my
your-
God! You look so pretty.
Hi, Mary. Jason. Hi, hello. Hello.
I just want to create some
I'm trying to
context.
have a Mary moment.
She's amazing, by the way. She will make you cry. Okay, that said, tell us about being here tonight.
I'm so honored to be here. I released my album on Friday. So it's called Grief Creatures. I'm in LA for that. I live in Massachusetts, so this is a big deal to get out into the big city.
But so cute.
But this is an incredible organization to be here, to be able to support the Trevor Project. When I was 17, I was coming out in the church, and it was like really, really difficult. And I wish there was a resource like that. I wish there was a phone line to call where I could hear someone on the other end tell me to hang on, because there were a lot of times I didn't know if I was going to make it. And so to be out here and to be, like a representation of a part of our community is like a blessing. I'm so lucky.
What would you say to that 17-year-old girl now if you could talk to her?
I would tell her.
I'm not grabbing it.
Yeah, no.
Mary, it's a moment.
I know.
Like you want to just hold her.
Yeah. I would tell her to hang on. I would tell her that writing is a form of survival. Find the thing that keeps you alive and stay alive, because we need people that are on fire and alive and passionate in creating things and making space for other people to live their full, uninhibited, unabashedly joyful lives. We have to be vibrant. We have to keep dancing in clubs. We have to hold each other's hands. Like, it has to be that way. And so if I could tell 17-year-old me, I would say you get to be a leader for somebody else. How are you going to use your power? Yeah. You know?
And you are doing it, so thank you so much. And congrats on the new album. I'm going to see you in the studio this week.
Yes, I know.
Yay! Okay.
Such good energy.
Thank
you, Mary.
Enjoy.
Thank you so much.
Now we have Debbie Ryan.
Debbie Ryan presenting
joining
tonight
us.
from Insatiable
Yes.
on Netflix. Debbie Ryan,
Of course,
hi.
everyone loves
step
Debbie
in front.
Ryan. Hello,
Hi,
welcome.
I love
You
a polka
look
dot moment.
amazing.
I love a polka dot moment.
So
yes.
nice to see you here. You're presenting tonight.
I am. I get to present Hayley Kiyoko with the Youth Innovator Award. It's very exciting.
Are you a fan?
I'm a very big fan. I've been a longtime fan. I've known her for almost a decade, which I know. And so I kind of have seen her evolve and grow. And I think she's so powerful in the work that she's not only doing for LGBTQ youth, but just in general pop music. I mean, she's bop after bop, and she's so amazing and so inspiring. So the fact that I get to present her this award, it's only going to be authentic. You'll see me fangirl on the stage.
We love a fangirl moment when it's authentic. Trust me, it's some of the best stuff to look at and see. Trevor Project does so much great and important work. The importance of that for Gen Z, millennials, that may be struggling to come out, that may need a voice, that may need a safe space to tell their stories and stand in their truth. Why is that important?
I think it's important because, especially speaking to Gen Z, growing up, this generation has grown up with social media and in awareness and amount of mental health issues that are kind of unparalleled in generations past. And to understand this amount of pressure that being so visible and having kind of this pressure on creating your narrative in the social media of it all, it does create such fear and maybe hopelessness, and to be able to have a community and a resource of people who not only have gone before you and said it's worth the fight and this is why it's so important to live authentically, but can help you in that, because it's easy to say, but it's so terrifying.
Right.
So yeah, they do incredible work.
I feel like through your shows, you've definitely touched on some of these subjects as well, and for your audience who look up to you.
I think it's really important to reflect the world as I see it and as I know it. And I know it with people who look like everything and love people who look like anyone, and to be able to be on shows, and especially as my body of work has kind of grown, to be able to reflect a more authentic world through that has been a great delight.
Taking on some really important social issues as well. What advice do you have for all the people watching, the young people, because you have such fans around?
I mean, the advice would be, I guess, there's a lot of voices in the world. There's a lot of voices on social media and in media, and I would say just anything that strikes you, run it by your gut, your instinct, your convictions, what you believe, if that's right or not right. And if you're educating yourself on issues, make sure you're registered to vote. Make sure that you go out. Yeah, you have a voice. We all get to have voices. We all get to learn and educate ourselves on these issues and then speak on them. It's huge.
You are beautiful, and thank you so much for joining us tonight.
Great night. Can't wait to see you, fangirl.
Enjoy, yes. She looks good.
Now from Price Waterhouse Coopers.
Yes, from the foundation.
The foundation, yes. Yolanda
Hello.
Seals Caulfield and
Nice
to meet you. Shannon Schuyler. Hi, hello, everyone.
Hello, how
Thank
are
you.
you?
I love, is this a leopard print?
I don't know, but I'm loving it. Do you love it?
I love it, Yolanda. You look amazing.
lot of great
Yolanda Seals
looks.
Caulfield.
Yeah.
Welcome tonight. You guys are sponsoring us tonight, and you guys are just doing a great work along with Trevor Project. Tell us about your involvement and why is it important to be involved?
Right. Well, for us, we really work hard in the PwC Charitable Foundation to find organizations that fit with our core values. We are so committed to helping underserved communities. We're so committed to helping underrepresented people and anyone in crisis. And so that fits so nicely with the incredible work that Trevor is doing, and we're just so excited to be here, to be a part of it, and to have had an opportunity to work with the great people in this organization.
So happy to have you.
And I think what has been more exciting is our people are the ones. So we have over 55,000 people in the U.S., and they're the ones that said Trevor Project is the organization that we want to work with. And they're the ones who said we want to do a crowdfunder. They raised money. The PwC Charitable Foundation matched it. That started our incredible partnership, and now we're here today saying how can we really help 1.8 million young adults really find a way and find hope as they continue on with a successful future.
I think it's amazing because it was one of the biggest crowdfunding that you've done, and it really shows the importance of the organization and that it speaks to so many people. And you will be announcing something tonight, I think.
We're excited about one of the largest grants we have made, and Trevor has gone.
No, you're not going to say anything yet.
Exactly details, but we're excited about it.
No one's going to live tweet it right now.
Just watch tonight, and you'll see.
Follow the tweets.
Follow the tweets. We're going to have something really exciting to share. We're really looking forward to it.
Thank you for your
You
support.
guys are, no, it's not enough. I'm speechless, but you guys are receiving the 2020 Visionary Award tonight as well, yes? So you're being honored.
Our foundation is being honored, and we're so excited about that. We work with an incredible group of people with the PwC Charitable Foundation, an incredible group of trustees. We work for the people of PwC, and we just couldn't be more thrilled to receive this honor on their behalf.
And the people of Trevor, one of the things we said as we were coming in, we have never worked with a better and more engaged nonprofit ever in our existence.
No.
So the organization itself and the wonderful people that really celebrate it and work tirelessly every day are the reasons why we do this, and we're so incredibly proud for tonight's announcement.
We love it.
Thank you so much for your support. You're going to continue changing
Shannon
lives.
Schuyler,
Thank
Yolanda
you.
Seals Caulfield. Have a great night, you guys.
You too. Thank you so
enjoy. Can't wait to find out inside the big announcement.
If they want to donate, it's
Yes, let's talk about donations right now,
Absolutely.
why we're here. Of course, we hope you're being entertained by all these incredible people who are dropping words of wisdom, but please be part of the change. Donate. The link is trvr.org/TrevorLIVE. It's also on the live stream. It is so easy to get involved. If this resonates with you, and hopefully it does, because the work they do is amazing, then put your money where your mouth is.
There you go. There you go. We're trying to reach $300,000
Yes.
tonight, but we have a feeling we're going to go above
We
that.
want to surpass that.
Well-
Why not? Why play small?
All right, stepping onto the carpet is celebrity chef Ronnie Wu. Good to see you
Hello.
again. Hi, buddy.
Hi.
How are you?
Nice to
Kira,
meet
you. know we're Twitter friends, right?
Well, yes, I
We've been
realize
Twitter
that.
friends forever, and we haven't met.
Good to know.
So I know you guys really well.
Ronnie, good to see you, man. I'm loving the harness.
Yeah,
you
what
look
is
amazing.
this?
Thank
Is
you.
this like what do you do with this?
Sure.
Oh, am I not supposed to? Is that
You can
is
do
that
whatever you want.
Yeah, you have consent.
If that makes you, you have consent. Yeah.
Okay, all right, thank you. Happy you
it's
told
all
me
about
after.
Confidence. I feel like this gives me confidence, right? It's like a thunder shirt where I feel really.
is.
Thundercats, ho! Avengers Assemble.
Avengers Assemble. I'm like the 800 Avenger.
What's it like being here tonight?
Oh my God, this is amazing, you guys. The turnout is amazing. Well, I have a background in mental health. I have a master's in marriage therapy, so this is like a huge deal for me because I feel like suicide is something that's like near and dear to me. Mental health is something that I feel like people don't address enough. So the fact that there is a charity and there's like people that are here just to really focus on the people that need the help and really involved.
Yeah.
I love this. I mean, I think it's amazing.
You have a lot of followers who not only look for you for great cooking advice, myself included.
I need to go. I follow, but I need to actually like do the work.
He's cooked for me before.
What?
Yeah, he was on my show.
We did a show together. You're amazing.
You're amazing.
Munchkin's here too.
I saw him. I
I'm getting
waved to
hungry.
him. I like totally waved. I was like, oh my god, it's Munchkin. Jason.
But yeah, Jason, I love you, baby.
I love you guys.
Love is in the air,
love is in the air.
guys.
Ronnie, what would you say to the youth watching that need a voice, a helping hand, that need a safe space? What would you tell them?
Absolutely. I think that, it's really important for people to realize that they're not alone, and like feelings that you have or anything that you have, other people have felt them. So I think when you feel misunderstood or you feel like no one gets where you are, we've all those feelings. I've had those feelings where you're like you're going through a hard time. You feel like no one understands you. And the only way out is to not be on this earth. I always want to be like, no, people do understand. There are people out there. And what I love about the Trevor Project is that it provides a safe space, confidential, no judgment, because, judgment is like all around us. So for the fact that there are people out there providing confidential, non-judgmental advice to people, and just to let people know they're not alone. Because I think in the end, we're all fighting our own battles, but none of us are doing it alone. And I think it's important to remember that.
100%, Ronnie. Thank you so
the
much
show's
for
starting,
being here.
so
The
you've
show's
gotta
starting.
go
You better get in
inside.
there. Get your seat back. Good to you two have share.
Good to finally.
Hope to have dinner with you soon.
Let's do it.
Take care,
We
Ronnie.
have the chair of Trevor Project,
Warren Cohen.
Welcome.
Hey, Warren.
Hi, guys. How are you?
Good. This is an incredible evening.
Thank you for being here.
How does
Thank
it feel?
you.
Another year.
Another year. I mean, it's hard to believe that this Trevor Live has taken on the life that it has. And to all the children and youth out there in the world that are watching, obviously it sends a message that we hear them, we love them, and they matter.
Can you tell us the mission of the Trevor Project, why it exists?
Unfortunately, as we all know all too well, teenage suicide amongst LGBT youth are 4 to 5 times more likely to attempt suicide than their straight peers. For so many kids who feel that they don't have a voice, that they are not loved, that they are not respected and appreciated, they turn to the Trevor Project, and tens of thousands of kids every year are taking advantage of and recipients of the life-saving work that the Trevor Project does. And to us, that's everything. There's no higher cause.
Thank you for your work, because we wouldn't be here if it wasn't for all the people involved with the Trevor Project. And of course, it continues to be more and more important.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank
We're thrilled
you.
to have you guys. Thank
Yes.
you.
Warren, great to see you.
Appreciate it.
Okay. Hello. Welcome.
Michelle, hello, hello.
Nice to meet you. You look
Hi.
beautiful.
Hi.
Performing tonight, yeah. She's like, Michelle, you are the premier Beyonce embodiment.
Okay, I'll take that.
Michelle.
Impersonator? No, you are the embodiment.
She does embody Beyonce. Have you seen her Instagram?
No, yes, that's what I'm saying. I don't call
I
it
do
an
appreciate
impersonation.
that.
It's an
Okay.
embodiment of Beyonce.
I will take that. I appreciate
Are you
it.
performing tonight?
I am performing tonight. I'm actually pretty excited to be performing tonight and be a part of this amazing night for sure.
And what does it mean for you to support an organization like this?
Well, it's really big to me because I've recently come out about my suicide attempts on my Instagram, and hopes to shed light on the things that are going on, especially with the trans women under the LGBT umbrella. And I also, try to do my own work with my art. With Beyonce, I did the Before I Let Go challenge, and I did a nod to Nigel Shelby, who took his life for bullying at school. So I try to do my work, and it feels good to be included and be seen,
Why did you feel it was so important to share your story? What was the road leading up to that? What was the catalyst for that decision?
So when I heard the story about Nigel Shelby, I just couldn't believe it. Like, I thought we were kind of more like forward. I couldn't believe that like the bullying is still going on and things like that. And I feel like I feel a lot better about myself. I made it through. So if I can be an example to somebody else by sharing my story to help their lives, then that's what I wanted to do.
Yeah, and there are a lot of young people watching right now might see you and say, oh my God, you've made it through. You're in Beyonce's Netflix special.
Yes. I mean,
so what advice do you have?
I mean, seriously, high school is like one of the worst times of your life. Like, if you could get through that, like, you can get through anything. Life gets easier as you get older, I promise. And I say do the work on yourself. Like, be confident, love yourself, and you'll be amazing.
Miss
Yes.
Chalet, so you're performing
Thank
tonight.
you.
I cannot wait to see you take the stage. If you do Single Ladies, I know some of the choreography, and if I jump on stage with you, do not kick me off.
Well, I wish we would have met earlier so we could have
We
had
can have
you
a
up there.
rehearsal real
Made a
quick.
cameo.
Yeah, exactly.
You know how to go like this or whatever. What is it? Or no?
Yes. You really know it. Okay. I'm not mad at that.
I love it. I can't wait to see you.
Thank you so much.
You
Yes,
look
I'm excited.
beautiful.
Thank you guys. Have a good night.
Enjoy. Wow. Well, the show is starting soon, but we still have some people
All
joining
right.
us on the
Obie
orange
Giliaco is here.
carpet.
Hello, come through.
Hello.
Hi,
I love your
hello.
crystal.
Sure, come in
Crystals.
the middle.
The best. Thank you. I do.
So tell us about the importance of being here tonight.
Well, I work with the LGBT Arts and Music Festival. I'm speaking on a panel at the Ocean Dance Music Festival coming up about, LGBT inclusion. And it's just kind of sad that we still have this epidemic and problem of the youth having to deal with, bullying and prejudice just for being themselves. So for me, this is very important. I have a bunch of friends and myself that's been bullied growing up. And so to be able to have something like the Trevor Project and be able to have like hotlines or the messaging or just people to understand where you're coming from, it's super important. So, yeah.
You are big on YouTube.
Yes.
Influencer. I thought we were
creator.
retiring influencer. You're a big deal.
Storyteller.
Storyteller. Yeah, there you go. What do you say?
Change maker.
Come on now.
I'm sure you get so many comments from people reaching out to you for advice, wanting to connect with you, wanting guidance.
Yeah.
What do you say to them?
Well, I say for them, persistence, patience, and just passion. And whatever you believe in, because it's not going to change overnight, but there is hope. There are more people out there just to connect to and that reach out to someone. Because a lot of people are scared to reach out to someone and just to let them know what's going on with their lives. I had that problem for a while, and I said, why? I have a camaraderie with people that I never knew of until I reached out to them. So it's just speak up, and as well as just keep owning who you are, and it'll happen. So.
I love when you say your name. Say your name for me again,
Yeah,
please.
can you?
Obie Giliaco.
Obie Giliaco.
That's amazing.
Listen, that's a tongue twister, but it's
But
like
it's beautiful.
It's
Do
like,
you have a
no.
nickname at all or no?
Queen.
Yeah.
There you go. And on that. And that's a wrap.
You're amazing. Thank you. And I love your crystals. Thank you so much. Yeah, I'm
You
just
look
like
stunning.
all about it.
Queen.
Enjoy.
Enjoy. Have a great
you
night.
too. I love that. Never ask someone about a nickname. Never. Lance
All right, we
Bass
have
is
Lance
joining
Bass
us right
and his
now.
uncle- and his husband, Michael Churchill. Lance,
I
good to
said
see you
that.
again.
I
Hey,
know, I
Michael.
said your son.
Good.
I was like your son.
Very beautiful son.
This, what's going on here? I'm getting my whole life right now
Yes.
with how great you
Do you
look.
coordinate? All right. So do you get together to figure out how you're going to dress?
No, not really.
Stop it.
All very last minute every
Yeah,
time.
literally, he pieced this together
was
about
like,
5 minutes before we
I
left.
know, my closet's a mess.
Which
No
is very
color
impressive.
coordination.
No,
not today.
It's weird though because we're such that married couple that we'll leave the house and we're wearing the same outfit.
thing,
We're
yeah.
like, damn it! Oh my god, we did it again. So yeah, it happens.
Minds think alike.
Lance, it's as an avid NSYNC fan, it's no secret that you have legions of fans across the world that look to you to be a role model and to be a voice for LGBTQ plus youth and even generations before that. The responsibility of that to you, how important is that?
It's very important. I learned at a very early age with my NSYNC days that you had this amazing platform to do good, and I love that we had this young market because they were you could influence them in such a great way, and I carry that on to my life today. Although I'm 40, I still really love children, and I love how innocent they are and how you can really shape their minds into being amazing people. So I think it's a good responsibility to have.
And you both come here pretty much every year, right? How many years?
Oh yeah, when we can.
When you can. Maybe some years you skip, but why do you come back every year?
I mean, it's one of my favorite organizations. This is the one organization that throughout the year I'm always fundraising for because you can see the help. When you go to those call centers and you watch it in action, it's just incredible. And the amount of lives that are saved just for having someone to talk to it's just incredible. I wish my generation had something like that growing up.
A lot of people echo that sentiment. Lance, Michael, the show's starting. Get in there, you guys.
Thank
Have a great
you
night.
so much. Enjoy.
care.
Bye. Such a cute couple. Jane Lynch is going to be joining us right now. She, of course, has been honored in the past and is always here
Yes.
and is very fun.
It has been a fun night
It
tonight.
has.
Sure. We
How
talked show.
do
This
you
will be good. I
feel?
feel great. I mean, this is such a great cause. But
Jane
before my
Lynch.
feelings, Jane Lynch.
Welcome.
Hi, hello.
Beautiful, both of you.
Thank you. What's going on?
Thank you, Jane. Thank
Take
you.
a picture right now.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yes.
another year. I see you every year, and
I
it's
love
such a great support. Thank
Yeah,
you.
you bet.
So why come back every year?
Well, because this is an organization that actually provides comfort, help, and support to kids who feel completely alone out there. When they feel like they have no place else to turn, they can't talk to their parents, they can't talk to their friends, and they can't talk to their priests or their rabbis or their teachers because it could be downright dangerous. So where do they go? What do they do? And they can call Trevor. And not only will Trevor, it's a suicide hotline, but it's also just a hotline if you're feeling down and you're feeling unconnected and alone and afraid. Pick up the phone and you call them, and they give you terrific advice. And sometimes it's just a little comfort, and they're there for that too. There's also an organization called, in fact, I think Trevor did it with them. Dan Savage's "It Gets Better." Right. Now, if you go to It Gets Better, you're going to see people like Barack Obama, me, Neil Patrick Harris, a bunch of stars who are going to look right into the camera and tell you how everything's going to be okay. To hang in there. It will get better. And Trevor was a big part of that effort as well. But that's Dan Savage's creation, and I'm grateful to him for that.
He does great work. Have you always been this confident? Or do you just pretend?
I mean, have you always been as confident as Sue Sylvester played on Glee? Because I've gotten some confidence from you, Jane, over the years.
Do you know, I play confident people, and I have for a long time, and I think it's sunk in. But in the beginning, when people were casting me in confident roles, I didn't feel confident in them. I was like, what are they seeing that I don't see? And it's the height, and I kind of have an authoritarian weight about me, but I didn't feel it inside, but now I do. I'm bursting with confidence.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
By the way, I love the new project you just announced with Cyndi Lauper.
Oh gosh, you know what? I shouldn't have said it.
But it's out there.
It's out there. Bad girl, bad girl. But Cyndi announced it the other day. So anyway, it looks like we're going to be working together. And it looks like that might happen in the spring. So, and I'll be able to tell you, I can't get in any more trouble.
No, I mean, we're not breaking news. We're here for the youth. We're here.
We're not to get Jane Lynch in trouble.
For a soundbite, by the way.
As Shira said, you have been coming to the Trevor Live Project, Trevor Live Gala for many years. Some of your favorite memories. What are some of your favorite memories?
Well, I'm gonna. When we were doing Glee, we did some PSAs for them, and they premiered at the gala, and it was so touching to be with all the Glee kids who are now young adults. They were young adults then, I guess, and to watch that. And also the next year they gave me an award, and they sang to me, which was really nice. So that was a wonderful thing. But the entertainment is always outrageously good, isn't it? And of course the work that they do. And I think that's why so many of these really talented people come. Darren Criss and Katy Perry was here one year, Cheyenne Jackson, and all the choirs. And I think the reason people want to do this, take time out of their busy schedules, is because of the service they provide to kids out there who are alone and lonely and I feel afraid.
Jane Lynch, thank you so
Magical.
much.
I feel more
She's
confident
the
now,
best.
just being in your presence.
I feel better
Now I'm
about
going to
myself.
dissolve into a small puddle.
Jane, thank you so much. Have a good night. That's going to do it for us here.
Oh my God, that's
on
a
the
wrap.
stream. Yes,
Remember to
God.
donate, trbr.org/TrevorLive. I'm Shira Lazar.
I'm Jason Curry. See you soon.
Welcome to Trevor Live Los Angeles. Since winning the 11th season of NBC's America's Got Talent, this incredible performer has toured with top acts such as Imagine Dragons and Florence and the Machine, plays the lead in the new Disney Plus film Stargirl, and is releasing her new EP, Letters Volume 1, on November 22nd. Put your hands together for Grace Vanderwall.
I think this is on, guys. Really?
1, 2, 3, 4. Don't you look right up now? Is it you or the lights getting brighter in the night? Let's get coffee, the vibe is wild. We can sit around and not talk a lot, but you're so chill, you keep it cool. I am not, I'm such a fool. Damn, you're so beautiful, and don't you know it? Don't you, don't you? Don't you, don't you? Damn, you're so beautiful, and don't you know it? Don't you, don't you? I think you do. Walking along but don't say anything. Let's sit down and think of what we could be. If you wanted to say something, you would say it, promise me. Walking lightly to my surprise, falling over the fear of looking in your eyes. But now I'm questioning. I caught you looking at me. Damn, you're so beautiful, and don't you know it? Yeah, don't you, don't you? Don't you, don't you? Damn, you're so beautiful, and don't you know it? Don't you, don't you? I think you do. Who do you think you are? And who do you think you are? Messing with my eyes, making me overthink my lines. I think I'm falling blind. And who do you think you are? And who do you think you are? Not looking back to say goodbye. Is it all in my mind? I think it's all in my mind. Damn, you're so beautiful, and don't you know it? Don't you, don't you? Don't you, don't you? Damn, you're so beautiful, and don't you know it? Don't you, don't you? Don't you, don't you? Damn, you're so beautiful, and don't you know it? Don't you, don't you? I think you do. Yeah, I think you do. Thank you.
Our co-hosts tonight are quite a duo. She played Domino in Deadpool 2, was nominated for an Emmy Award for her role in the series Atlanta, and can currently be seen in theaters in Joker and Lucy in the Sky. Joining her is a Saturday Night Live alum. She stars in the recently released movie The Weeknd. She'll be in the upcoming Hulu series Woke, and she has an hour-long stand-up special out called Pizza Mine. Please welcome your hosts, Zazie Beetz and Sasheer Zamata.
Good evening to all of you amazing people who are here for the Trevor Project. I'm Sasheer, and I'm thrilled to be here with Zazie, kicking off TrevorLIVE Los Angeles 2019.
Hello, everybody. I'm Zazie, and I really am so joyful to be a part of this evening tonight. The Trevor Project, as the world's largest suicide prevention and crisis intervention organization for LGBTQ young people, makes it their priority every day to make sure our youth are supported and have access to places that make them feel safe and seen and acknowledged. Yeah. I have a 12-year-old brother, and it's so beautiful to see him and his friends engage in conversations around identity with such openness, and just sort of comparing it directly to my own youth. To see the growth in how we've been able to understand and accept one another has been so exponential, and it's moving to see that in our generations coming up, and it's because of organizations like this. So it's an honor to be standing here amongst all of these volunteers, supporters, and advocates who have fought so hard for representation, inclusion, and love of self.
We also want to take a moment to say hello to our live stream audience. Hi. We're so glad you're joining us from your phone, your laptop, your iPad, 3D printer, a little hologram you hold in your hand. I don't know what the kids are using these days. But we want to hear from you. So use the hashtag TrevorLIVE to let us know what you think about what's happening here on stage, here in the audience. And please, do be kind.
We have a fantastic evening planned for you. We saw the rundown, so we know everything that's going to happen. And it's all in support of the life-saving work that Trevor does every day with LGBTQ youth in crisis. And the foundation of Trevor's work all lies within one-on-one conversations with our young people, whether over the phone or via Trevor text or Trevor chat. So tonight is all about making sure that we can continue to give the LGBTQ youth access to these resources and safe havens, and we continue to support our Trevor counselors and staff in the work that they're doing.
Tonight, we'll be honoring both newer and iconic advocates for the LGBTQ community. Singer and actress Hayley Kiyoko will be receiving the Youth Innovator Award for using her voice in the music industry to shine a light on marginalized community. Hayley, you are so confident in who you are, and it's kind of awe-inspiring. Your music and your videos spread hope and joy among so many LGBTQ youth who are looking to see themselves reflected positively in the world around them. Plus, in case you didn't know, her fans call her Lesbian Jesus. Which is great, but are we sure Jesus wasn't a lesbian? I mean, he was always walking around in linen and Birkenstocks.
We'll also be honoring the PWC Charitable Foundation with the 2020 Visionary Award for their work in supporting inclusiveness and belonging, especially among underserved groups. And this award acknowledges organizations that support LGBTQ inclusion around the world. PWC Charitable Foundation joined the Trevor family and has been a staunch contributor since their first grant in 2016. So thank you.
And then there's Golden Globe winning actress Cybil Shepherd. Cybil is receiving the Trevor Project's Champion Award for her long-standing activism fighting for equality. Cybil, we loved you in The L Word as Phyllis Kroll. And it's so cool that you and your daughter Clementine Ford played mother and daughter on the show. Just do me a favor and don't repeat that to my mom, because I don't want her getting any ideas. And you'll be hearing more about all of our honorees throughout the evening.
Now, we'd like to bring someone to the stage, the Trevor Project's CEO, who started as a volunteer and is now leading the organization into the future. So please, once again, you've been doing a good job of this, but put your hands together one more time for Project CEO, Amit Paley.
Tonight, we are gathered to celebrate the Trevor Project and support our 21-year-old movement to end suicide among LGBTQ young people. Recently, I've been thinking a lot about a time before the Trevor Project existed, when I was 10 years old. It was 1992, and I was a closeted fifth grader living in suburban Boston. I was going through some very dark times in my life. I felt so alone. I didn't think that anybody would ever understand me or love me for who I was. I remember going to sleep at night, worried if I would ever be happy. Then, one day, I saw a phone number for a suicide hotline. I had this idea in my head that if I could talk about these scary thoughts that I was having, maybe someone would help me understand what to do. Maybe someone would help me understand how to make things better. I remember staring at a payphone in the hallway of my elementary school, close to the principal's office. I used to think what would happen if I could pick up that phone and talk to someone and call that suicide hotline. But then I started to worry, what if somebody overheard my phone conversation and told my parents? Or they overheard that phone conversation and started to make fun of me. So then I thought, maybe I would try calling from my parents' home instead, but I realized that my parents might overhear me, or maybe they would see the suicide hotline number on the phone bill. I was 10 years old, and I was filled with shame, and I was filled with fear. So I never picked up the phone, and I never made that call. I struggled a lot over the next few years, but I was eventually able to make it through. When I was in college, I finally had the courage to get help and to feel comfortable coming out. And then, 5 years ago, I met Jonathan, the love of my life, and in 6 days, we are getting married. The 10-year-old, thank you. The 10-year-old version of me never thought that would be possible, or to be here on a stage talking about how I was marrying a man and people cheering about it. Think about the 10-year-old version of you. Do you remember your fears? Do you remember your dreams? Could you have imagined all that you would accomplish as an adult? Or that one day you would be here in this room supporting the Trevor Project's life-saving work? There are so many LGBTQ young people out there with their own dark moments, just like that 10-year-old version of me and the childhood version of you. At the Trevor Project, we hear their stories every single day. Some of you know that I've been a Trevor Lifeline counselor for the past 8 years, long before I became the CEO of this organization. And I've supported young people through many of those tough conversations. On a Lifeline shift a few months ago, I took a call from a 14-year-old girl from the Midwest who was thinking of killing herself. She worried about what her religious parents would think if they ever found out that she liked girls, especially her mother, who once said that if she ever found out that one of her children was gay, that she would never accept their partner in their home. This teenage girl wasn't sure if she should come out to her family or what she should do. I told that young girl what we tell so many of the young people who reach out to us every single day, that yes, there may be people like your mother who don't accept you for being who you are, but that there are many, many people who will not only accept you for being who you are, but will celebrate you for being who you are. And I told her that I want you to know that I am one of those people and that I am incredibly proud of you. Yes. And when I said that, I could just hear the waterworks on the other side of the phone from someone who had never heard someone affirm them for being proud of who they are. That is what we do at the Trevor Project every single day. We are always there for LGBTQ youth in crisis, whether they are that 14-year-old girl in the Midwest, or a 10-year-old version of me, or the childhood version of you, or the younger version of every person who doesn't have the privilege to be here in this room with us tonight. In fact, at the Trevor Project, we have worked hard this year to make sure that we are reaching even more of those LGBTQ young people across the entire country. This year, we have had one of the most transformational moments in the 21-year history of this organization. We expanded Trevor Text and Trevor Chat to be available 24/7 for the first time in our history. When I was 10 years old, you could only reach a suicide hotline over the phone. But it is 2019, and now so many young people prefer to communicate over text and over chat, not just because they are digital natives, but because it gives them the opportunity to have a private and safe conversation. They don't have to worry about being overheard on the phone, and they don't have to worry about being misgendered because of the sound of their voice. And LGBTQ youth are responding to this expansion. How do we know? Because we have served nearly 3 times as many LGBTQ youth through our text and chat crisis services over the past year. Nearly 3 times as many. And we have done so much more. We have expanded our research department and conducted the largest survey ever done on LGBTQ youth mental health. We have expanded Trevor Space, the world's largest safe online community for LGBTQ youth, to almost 250,000 members across the entire globe. And we have expanded our campaign to end conversion therapy, helping to pass legislation We helped to pass legislation in 4 more states this year alone, and we will not rest until we protect LGBTQ youth from this dangerous and discredited practice in every single state in this country, once and for all. So, thank you to every person in this room and everyone watching at home who has supported the Trevor Project and made all of these accomplishments possible. But there is still so much more work to do. We recently put out research that there are more than 1.8 million LGBTQ young people who seriously consider suicide every single year in the United States. That's more than 1.8 million. One day, we will reach every single one of those young people in crisis. But we're not there yet. And we do not have the luxury of growing slowly. We are literally talking about life and death. That is why we need to build a global movement to end suicide among LGBTQ young people now. Our life-saving work never ends. Even as we celebrate the Trevor Project's mission tonight, I want you to know that right now, at this very moment, across the country, Trevor Project counselors are talking to young people, they are texting with young people, they are chatting with young people through their own dark times. We need to make sure that we are always there for them. So let's build this global movement together and show every single LGBTQ young person that they are beautiful the way that they are, that they are deserving of love and respect, and most importantly, that they are never alone. Thank you all so much for being with us here tonight, and I hope that you have an amazing evening.
Hello, everybody. We're back again. I really liked hearing Amit talk about that while we're here celebrating tonight, and this is a moment of coming together, that we do still have people on the ground right now doing the work that we're here to honor, and that I'm so just happy that we still have this.
It's ongoing. It's happening
Yeah.
right now as we speak. We're working towards something that's like continuing to help people 24/7.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So our next speaker is a 17-year-old high school senior who has traveled all the way from Somerset, Wisconsin to share her story. So please give a warm welcome to Julia Locker.
You make me feel so good.
In a small town on the edge of a river in the big woods of Wisconsin lives a young girl with her ma, her pa, her twin sister Cora, her 3 cats, and her good dog Lester. At first, this girl felt normal, like any other teenage girl. But as she got older, she started to realize she was different. She was pansexual in a town where being LGBTQ was frowned upon. So she kept bottling up all these feelings until it felt like she was going to burst. This is the beginning of my Trevor story. December 3rd, 2018. I am 16 and spend most of my time hiding in my room, pushing away my fears of being alone and abandoned by drawing, reading, and talking to my cat, Agate. Today, reading isn't helping, so I just decide to distract myself by watching YouTube. I head over to one of my favorite channels, the Try Guys. They are super funny, and they all have different personalities that blend well together. They've just posted a new video called Eugene Volunteers at the Trevor Project. I watched the whole video until the very end. It makes me realize just how dangerous all the negative emotions and thoughts I am having are. I can't keep pushing them down, pretending I'm okay. I'm scared of what will happen if I do. A week later, I call the Trevor Project. I am so nervous. As my finger hovers over the green call button, I start to feel warm all over, too warm. My hands shake. I need to get out of the house. I run downstairs, grab my coat, and slip on my sandals. I burst through the front door out into the cold and race through the forest, the snow sparkling on the darkening woodland. Finally, I sit down on the ice and catch my breath, the cold biting at my face. Once again, I pull out my phone. I press the glowing green button. The call goes through. Hello, Trevor Lifeline. The tears roll down my face, and I ask for help. After that one phone call, my life changed forever. I told my friends and family that I was pansexual. My parents' response? They said they already knew I was LGBTQ. Their first clue was my first crush, Queen Amidala from Star Wars. In the weeks that followed, I kept thinking, I can't be the only LGBTQ teen struggling at my school. While my friends have been very accepting, the adults in my small town where I live are not. Walking down Main Street, I've been glared at, told to move over, fag, and even been pushed down. So I went to see my school's principal to ask if we could do more for LGBTQ students. I was super nervous. After all, she is the principal. But you never know who's having a hard time or may even be considering suicide. So I pushed past the nervousness. My principal told me I had her full support. She said it was exactly what our school needed. Since then, my walk down Main Street is different. People still give me dirty looks and say awful things, but I don't care. I'm not alone. I'm not scared. I walk with friends who pull rainbow flags out of their backpacks and tell me this town needs to change. I have classmates who have come out to me. I have family who's changed their views on conversion therapy. Even the homophobic teens at my school are starting to back off. And it all started with my phone call to the Trevor Lifeline. On the edge of a river in the big woods of Wisconsin lives a pansexual teenage girl with her family. She is proud of who she is. She's making an impact on her school, and she knows she deserves to be loved.
Hey, I'm Eugene Lee Yang from the Try Guys. And when I heard about Julia's story, I had to come and surprise her in person. Julia, it means so much to all of us here that you were brave enough to come and share your story about contacting the Trevor Lifeline. I too had a crush on Queen Amidala. Although now I realize I had a crush on her makeup and outfit. It's the best thing about the prequels. But seriously, you sharing your story here with everyone watching on the live stream and here at Trevor Live, that could help someone also pick up a phone or text and potentially save a life. So thank you so much for being so brave, and I love you. Thank you so much for coming out. I mean, we could stay up here and just hang out, or we could cue the music and we'll walk off stage beautifully. Yes, like proud LGBT queens.
Please welcome to the stage Trevor Lifeline counselor Connor Johnston.
I am made to be free.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Connor Johnston, and my pronouns are he, him, and his. Thank you. I've been a Trevor Lifeline counselor for 3.5 years, but my journey with Trevor started when I was a teenager, when I called the Lifeline. I used to walk through my high school, judging everything I said or did. By the time I was around 17, I was able to identify why I was different from all my friends. But it was a part of myself that I hated. I was afraid that my body would give me away, that my voice would give me away, my walk, my hands. So I would watch the straight guys walk down the hall and try to mirror their stride. I'd try to control how my hands moved when I gave presentations in class, and I would engage endlessly in some pretty cruel conversation with myself. Hey, remember today when you had to sit at the different lunch table because there weren't any seats left with your friends? I bet they didn't want to sit with you because you're different. No, there just weren't any seats left. I mean, they could have made room if they wanted to. It must have been something. This kind of dialogue filled my head all day, every day, right up until I'd find myself lying in bed, ready for sleep. And always, the last line in the conversation was, I wish to wake up and be someone else. It was exhausting. It was so exhausting. So one night, I remembered the Trevor Project, which I'd learned about at a school assembly, and I just needed a way out of this downward spiral. I'd reached my limit, so I called. When I heard the voice on the other end of the line, I immediately started crying. I cried so hard to the point where I couldn't see anything anymore. And the most powerful thing for me was the counselor stayed in the moment with me. No matter how immense my emotions were, he was prepared to hold them. I was really scared, but I didn't scare the counselor away. I don't remember what I specifically said or what I heard, but I remember after the call was over, feeling such powerful clarity. I felt the weight lift, and I finally felt the exhaustion melt away. So many years later, I now live in New York City. I'm completely out, and I'm totally proud, and I'm surrounded by a community. And I'm surrounded by a community that loves me for who I really am. I no longer judge the pitch of my voice or how I move my hands, and every night I go to bed loving every part of who I am. So I've been a Trevor Lifeline counselor for over 3 years now, and whenever I have a volunteer shift, I'm so grateful to be in such an honored position to provide that kind of support that I was given years ago. To any young person in crisis who's watching, reach out to us. We're trained and waiting, and we're ready to tell you that you're loved. And we are so happy to hear from you. And we got you. The Trevor Project was there for me during the darkest period of my life. And tonight, all of you here, and those of you watching our live stream, have the opportunity to be there for the Trevor Project. And you've heard a lot of stats this evening, and I know it can be really hard to put those into perspective. So let me say this. I know what it's like to be on the other end of a call where a person wants to end their life because they're afraid to grow up in this world. And after more than 3 years of responding to those calls, I know what level of support is needed when the phone is ringing nonstop. So now, our amazing co-hosts, Sasheer and Zazie, have offered to come out here and help me inspire you to give some of your support. Thank you.
Hey everyone. It's that time where we ask you to get those freaking phones out. this is your chance to show your support for the Trevor Project. Our goal is to raise $300,000 in this room tonight. So you can get in the action by doing a nifty thing, texting to pledge. You text to pledge. By following a few simple steps, you can contribute any amount to the Trevor Project right now, and your pledge will go up on the screen.
And we are going to make this super easy for you and walk you through the entire process. For those of you in the room here tonight, first, open up a new text message or SMS on your cell phone. So cell phones out, everyone. And you can enter the number you see on the screen in the address line, which is 310-929-4644. That's 310-929-4644. Type your table number, name or company name, the amount of your pledge, and any short message that you want to share. And no pressure. It'll only be seen by everyone here in the room and everyone on our live stream, which is millions and millions of people. Then simply hit send.
We are looking for 100% participation tonight from this audience. No amount is too small, and of course, no amount is too big. So if you have any questions about how it works, we have tech-savvy volunteers all around the room who will be more than happy to help you. So volunteers, raise your hand, wave hello, and so everyone knows where to find you. Yes, they're coming down the halls. Hi, yes.
For those of you watching on the live stream, this is a great way to be a part of tonight's event. All you have to do is just go to trvr.org/TrevorLIVE, and it'll walk you through the process to send your message and make a donation. Connor, Zazie, and I will be watching, and we've got our own special little monitor right here on stage so we can see how we're doing. Yeah, we're giving you a little peek behind the curtain, some showbiz secrets. For those of you in the room who may also have noticed that there are pledge cards on your table. So if you're Amish or don't trust technology, you can just fill out a piece of paper and then hand it to the closest volunteer. Trevor appreciates all of your gifts, no matter how you make them.
And while you're thinking about what message to write to accompany your amazing and appreciated pledge, we wanted to give you a few ideas of how your donation will help support the Trevor Project. A pledge of $200,000 sponsors the operation of our 24/7 call centers for a month. A whole month, $200,000. We want to make $300,000 tonight. But a pledge of $100,000 supports 1 week of 24/7 operations for both of our life-saving call centers. East Coast, West Coast, now you can show your support for being bi-coastal. $50,000 trains one class of volunteer crisis counselors on our 24/7 phone lifeline. Now, who's going to be the first to text in their pledge to the Trevor Project?
Let's see.
I heard a boom over there.
Oh, boom. John McCain with $1,000. That's great. Woo! Okay.
Awesome.
Oh, McLean, not McCain. What was I thinking? He's here? Wow.
Thank you.
That's a turn of events.
John McLean. That's different. That's different.
Yes,
okay, yes.
That's amazing.
Oh, we got $50 from
thank
Andy.
you,
Thank you.
Micah Martell, Macy's. Okay.
Yes.
I like this.
This is
Oh my gosh,
incredible.
they're coming
So-
in. We can't even read them.
Oh my gosh. Okay, so while
Table
you're
124, Jack. We're staying with Jack tonight. I am. So thank you, Jack.
Whoa. Maxine
$20,000
and Phil.
Maxine and Phil.
20,000. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Yes.
So while you're thinking about making that pledge with multiple zeros like you've already seen, and I can tell over here, so I can tell that this table right in front of me is very tempted. Let me assure you from personal experience that every cent donated tonight is necessary and it's well spent. So when I became a counselor, I had to go through a really thorough application, interview, and training process, and the training helps me on every single call.
All right. Who's next? $25,000 support. Who's...
Bryce
is broke and gay, but he donated $5 and we appreciate it.
Thank you.
If you're broke and gay or whatever, you can donate as much as you want to. All of it matters. $25,000 supports 24 hours of operation for our phone line and digital crisis services. $15,000 supports the training of one class of digital crisis counselors. Texting is such an important avenue for youth in crisis to contact the Trevor Project. It's private, which means that the youth can text anywhere, under their desk, in a bathroom stall, from their home where they may not want their parents to hear them. $10,000 supports 2 shifts of operations for our 24/7 lifeline.
And thank you, Table 104, for the 250. Thank you, Sisterhood Band. Julia Fulop, thank you for $100. Thank you. Both Connor and Julia made it so clear why we need to have 24/7 support available at all times. So if you want Trevor Lifeline chat and text to be available for all of those who need it, whenever they need it, use your texting powers for good and text the Trevor Project your donation right now, as you've been doing such a great job. Your generous donations.
Johnny, get John a drink.
Your donations will not be billed via your respective mobile carriers. Instead, we will text you a link that will lead you through the payment process. I also just want to remind everyone here that when you open your wallet for the Trevor Project, the money you give is going to people. It's going to support counselors like Connor, so that they can in turn support the young people who call in. And it's an investment in a connection that really saves lives. So, yeah.
All right, who else we got? Ooh, $2,500. From David, thank you. Another $2,500. $50 from Alex and Ing, thank you.
Thank you so much.
It all matters, we need this. Now, if you're feeling like you need a little extra incentive, it's time for a little competition. For anyone who donates $5,000 or more, we're gonna highlight the table with a glowing orb. It's like you're in Star Trek or something. That's fun. And you'll get a seriously cool fan.
Let me tell you, they practiced that so much.
Only once. And each of you at the table will get this fan. Plus, we'll highlight your table number when we do our updates here on stage. And there's the tables. You want to be lit up because that means you special. If you're wondering how that $5,000 donation can be put to good use, $5,000 supports 1 overnight shift of operations for our 24/7 lifeline. $1,000 helps us to protect LGBTQ youth from the dangerous practice of conversion therapy in all 50 states.
Thank you, $7,000.
Table 5.
Thank you, $100. Love is love.
Yeah.
Thank you. Every single donation tonight matters, and it's helping Trevor reach our fundraising goals and serve more LGBTQ youth. And having 100% participation in this room sends a message to LGBTQ youth that we are all here for them. So now I want to direct your attention to the holiday gift tags at your seats. As you can see, Abercrombie & Fitch. I used to work there, by the way. One of our presenting sponsors has actually donated $50 in honor of each Trevor Live LA attendee. Can you match this donation? If each of you texts in to donate just $50, we can double the impact of this contribution. And if you want to consider exceeding it, please do.
So I know from personal experience that all it takes. What just happened?
$69. Okay. You nasty, but you good. Okay.
So I know from personal experience, it only takes one voice on the end of the phone or one person on the end of that chat line to move someone out of a really dangerous place. And so that's why no gift is too big or too small. All of your donations help provide Trevor's crucial services for LGBTQ youth. Any more?
Ooh, $10,000 from table 115. Okay.
Go table 10.
Love it, table 10. Where are you?
5,000 from table 11. Thank you.
Thank you so much. $100. Thank you so much.
Yes, Tina with $50. That's great. So, right now, if you look around the room,
Taking the opportunity.
yes. Someone's donating $50 for the impeachment. And I support that. Right now, if you look around the room, you can see volunteers bringing out the first round of orbs and fancy fans to those who have donated $5,000 for our table challenge.
We have table 7.
Oh, table 7,
Whoa.
table 9, 121. Thank you so much.
Woo.
7.
Oh, the orbs are coming. The orbs are coming.
It's like
bounding down the
supporting
stairs.
us.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. And please continue to text in your pledges so we can flurry the screen with your donations and well wishes. We'll be sending out our next round of orbs and fans, recognizing donations of $5,000 or more before dinner. So you've still got a chance to make your table proud. Tonight, we're aiming for a record-breaking Text to Pledge campaign. So start texting, be creative, and give it up for the Trevor Project. Woo!
I think we're good.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Please put your hands together for the star of the Netflix series Insatiable. It's actor Debbie Ryan.
Hey. So I first met Hayley Kiyoko a decade ago. A lot has changed in that time. It's been a long decade. The world has changed, social media, our individual platforms, and our relationships with ourselves. But Hayley has seemingly always known who she was, what she wanted to say, and how best to say it. She's cool. She's really cool in a way that doesn't make you aware of your uncoolness, which is even cooler. But instead, it shows you all of the ways that holding true to your identity comes across more powerful. And as you get older and as you start to get more in touch with yourself, both as a person and as an artist, in order to truly connect with an audience, you have to know yourself. You have to trust yourself to communicate your narrative in a way that is completely authentic. But trying to be a dimensional, complex woman in a hypercritical world like Hollywood can be different, very difficult. So anything that you say or do on the journey of self-discovery, trying to find yourself, can be taken out of context, it can be used against you or misrepresented. This makes it all the more beautiful and powerful that when Hayley came out through her music, she made it very clear exactly who she was and what she cared about. And she has been proudly inspiring LGBTQ youth ever since. In a media culture so saturated with stories that cater to a straight demographic, hearing a voice like yours use pronouns that connect is incredibly powerful. I've seen her play for 200 people in Atlanta, and if you know Hayley and the way that she does anything, you know she played that like a sold-out stadium show. And that's why her music transcends and why her momentum is irrefutable. That's why we keep climbing, as we say, as Hayley Kiyoko fans say. Not only does she write bop after bop consistently, but the intentionality that goes into every music video is huge. And I was her friend, but then became a huge fan when I watched her direct and dance in and create these music videos accompanying the songs that she wrote that changed the game. And I wanted to be in one of her videos for so long. I asked her, and I would beg her every time I would see her. And then when the call finally came, I was on my way in to knee surgery. And truthfully, I nearly did it with my kneecap broken in half. And she almost let me. Which would have been a way different video because, again, she's pretty cool. But her fans call her Lesbian Jesus. You know of it. It's pretty clear why they worship her. I mean, she sings about things that aren't often expressed or highlighted in pop music. telling stories through her videos that give an authentic and empowered voice to the feelings and the concerns of the LGBTQ community. In addition to Girls Like Girls, her Gravel to Tempo music video draws on her experiences with having crushes on girls while growing up. This Side of Paradise focused on her struggles with expressing her true self, and the music video for One Bad Night raised awareness of violence against trans women. She only knows, she only knows one way to be, which is fully Hayley. And there is a lot of juxtaposition in that. She's playful, but bold, and takes things very seriously. And she's cozy, but she's daring, and she's out there. And she's completely, fully informed by her frame of reference and her convictions. So for her, it probably seems very organic. She's just living authentically, and it seems maybe easy now. But for young queer fans, the power of watching a gay woman singing songs that normalize LGBTQ love and desire is hugely valuable. When my vivacious friend Hayley cares about something, she goes off. She has a huge, sparkly heart, and she uses her platform to shine a spotlight on a variety of LGBTQ causes. So she paired with the Cameo platform to raise money for the Trevor Project, and she attended the World Pride Parade earlier this year in New York City as the float ambassador for W Hotels worldwide. And while some of us may not think of underwear as a fundraising tool, Hayley has used it not just once, but twice, actually, to do good. So for Pride Month in 2017, Hayley partnered with MeUndies to create their Celebrate campaign. And then, when her fans threw a whole bunch of bras on stage during the tour for her debut album, Expectations, which we did, she donated them to the nonprofit I Support the Girls to support homeless LGBTQ youth. And if there were ever any concerns that being out would have a negative effect on her career, winning the first ever Push Artist of the Year at the 2018 MTV Music Awards made it clear that she totally dominates. And in her acceptance speech, she said that the award validated that queer women of color can indeed follow their dreams. And the award did, because Hayley does. Hayley, your confidence is empowering. Your artistry is inspiring. You are my favorite boy band. And your empathy is something that the world needs so desperately right now. So I cannot think of a more perfect recipient for the TrevorLIVE Youth Innovator Award. Please give it up for my friend Hayley Kiyoko.
Thank you so much, Debbie. You've been a supporter of mine from the very beginning, so this is really awesome. And thank you to the Trevor Project for this incredible acknowledgement. It's crazy, and I'm very honored to be in this room with all of you innovators and creators and activists. I think what brings us all together and connects us in this room is that we have all had to fight to be here. Everyone has something to prove, no matter where you come from. Those of us who are a part of the LGBTQ community can especially relate to that need for survival and that yearning for acceptance. Growing up, knowing that I was a homosexual had a large grip on how I envisioned my future. The little representation that I saw and could grasp onto in pop culture always seemed to have some sort of negative outcome attached, whether it was living a life alone in shame or much worse, not living very long at all. I constantly felt burdened by the heavy weight of an everyday battle to survive and find contentment using the scraps of positive representation in the media I was able to find as a lifeline. If only I had known that I would have the strength within me to be brave enough. That 10 years later, I would have the courage to accept and love myself out loud and see that love be given right back to me tenfold. I am so thankful, very thankful for my family and friends who have supported me along this journey and continue to be my cheerleaders every step of the way. Table number 9. So many LGBTQ youth don't have that same support in their own communities. It is our duty to share our strength to help guide the ones that get lost in the dark. I'm very proud to be standing here today, and I thank you all for continuing to inspire others by existing, because you really do. It's an incredible honor to celebrate the Trevor Project's life-saving work. It is organizations such as theirs in partnership with the loudest voices in our community that promote not just surviving, but ultimately thriving. And I really appreciate you all. I have so much respect for everything that you do. Everything that you do is so important, and it doesn't go unnoticed. So thanks for having me and supporting me along this journey called life. So thank you so much.
Please welcome the Senior Vice President and Director of Global Sports and Entertainment Practice at Morgan Stanley and tonight's event chair, Warren Cohn.
Good evening, everyone. When I first moved to Los Angeles 15 years ago, I was heartened to be introduced to an organization like no other, saving young and precious lives one beautiful soul at a time. We each have our stories, we each have our struggles. The Trevor Project has been there for thousands of youth every year who might find themselves in a very dark place, and they help them find their light. To me, there has been no greater cause. And speaking of light, I am thrilled to fill this room with light as we recognize those who have met our table challenges. As our volunteers pass through the room and distribute glowing orbs and our fancy fans, I want to congratulate all of those who have helped make the challenge so far this evening. First and foremost, as everything was scrolling before, it's important, I wanted to recognize the beautiful contribution from Maxine and Phil Armstrong of $20,000. Thank you. I would also like to thank Lance Bass and Michael Turchin of Table 10 for $5,000. I would like to thank Jason and Josh Homme for $7,000. Bill Frew of $20,000. Thank you. Chris from Table 11 for $5,000. Table 115, our own LA Lakers, thank you for a gift of $5,000. Teddy Toes from 120 for $5,000. James Schnepper, Table 117 for $10,000. 118, Scott and Hyro Para Matthews for $15,000. Table 107, Steve Blitz and Paul Barron of $5,000. And yes, get those fans out. And table 120, my dear Trisha Loretta, for $10,000. Yes. A round of applause to everybody. Thank you. I was humbled to serve many years in the board of directors as well as co-chair TrevorLIVE's inaugural first 2 years and last year in 2018. It's a joy to be back this evening as the event chair, and with humility and honor that I stand before and offer my sincere thanks and gratitude to all of you for being part of this amazing work. Thank you. One of the amazing things about this opportunity for this evening is to see our longtime supporters who have consistently sustained Trevor's work through our life-saving work. And I'd like to thank our presenting sponsors, Abercrombie & Fitch, and the PWC Charitable Foundation. Thank you. I'd also like to thank our VIP reception sponsor, AT&T, and our official hotel partner, Kimpton Hotel and Restaurant Group. We'd also like to thank our streaming network from Reverie, which has allowed millions around the country tonight to view us in cities from San Diego, New York, and everywhere in between and across the globe. We are joined tonight by them streaming online, and we thank them. I'd also like to take a quick moment and thank the host committee for their tireless efforts to help make tonight possible. It is their work in putting Trevor Project in front of so many people, and for their determined enthusiasm in raising money tonight that supports our work. The committee consists of board members Lauren Morelli and her wife Samira Wiley, my good friends Lance Bass and Mike Turchin, Kyle Alicio and Jordan Fudge. I would also like to take a special moment and thank my dear friends, Andy and Carlo Brandon Gordon. They came last year to their very first Trevor Live. We're so moved by it that they not only joined the host committee, but help us fill several tables of good friends here tonight. Thank you all. I would now like to direct your attention to the screens around the room where we've put together a video to give a shout out to all of our incredible sponsors. This is not a time to be quiet. If you want to give a shout out, as you see your company's name go by, we encourage. In fact, we want it. Give us your audience participation. Thank you. Have a wonderful evening.
Trevor Project's annual gala here in LA.
Yeah.
I'm Shira Lazar.
And I'm Ryan Mitchell.
And also, by the way, this all wouldn't be possible without Reverie, the first 24/7
Woo.
queer network.
I mean,
So
shout out to Reverie. Yes.
We just said that at the same time.
We did, because we're sisters.
We are in sync because we also do a live daily radio show together called Let's Go There on Channel Q.
Yes, honey. So if you're not already listening to your new favorite afternoon show, you're welcome. Here we are.
Yeah, that's how we got together.
Now, we are so excited to be here hosting the Red Carpet Music Showcase, where we will be treating audiences at home and online to live performances from Reverie music artists, Fault Lines and Boy Untitled.
Amazing. It's going to be a wild time.
It's going to be amazing. Now, look, Cher, we're also going to premiering Reverie's newest original short film starring and produced by Boy Untitled's Mark Tennyson.
Yeah, it's called Out.
Yes, it is called Out. So, like you said, Reverie is so thrilled to be presenting, their showcase to help, raise money for this cause. I mean, Trevor Project, they are really doing something amazing.
We're entertaining you for a cause.
Come on, honey.
So why not donate? Why not create some impact here while we're giving you some great music?
Look how much money we've already raised.
So here it is. I'm like, I don't have my glasses on me, but there's a screen that says we've already raised over $217,000. That is crazy. Our goal tonight.
Plot twist real quick.
Yeah, what?
I donated most of that.
Oh, yeah, I'm sure.
Just saying.
Really? Okay, good to know. You're my co-host. How much are you being paid on the radio show? So here's the thing. Our goal tonight was $300,000. It looks like already we're like not even halfway through the night. We're already going to surpass that, which is amazing.
Yeah.
But we can't do it without your help. So right now you can donate, donate, be part of the change and the impact that this amazing organization, all the great work that they do. trvr.org/TrevorLIVE is the link and where to donate. It's also up here. If you're on the screen, you could see it. It's that easy.
It's like right above us. It's like above my little pineapple hair. It's cute, right?
So it is very cute. So this is your second time with me here.
Okay, so Cher, this is my second time here at Trevor Live.
Yes.
And honestly, I thought I was just going to be here just to drink a little bit, but I'm so excited to be here with you, like doing something amazing for such an amazing cause.
Yeah, we're making a difference. This is my 9th year on the road doing it, and it's one of the highlights of my year.
What do you call yourself? The Joan Rivers?
The Joan Rivers. I just want a decade at least. Just keep me up for one more year, please. So we have some amazing musicians that are joining us tonight, so stay tuned for that. Also, again, you can join us in the chat room. This is completely interactive through Reverie and Tiltify. And once again, the amazing work that Trevor does, they are the organization that helps LGBTQ youth in crisis.
So now we're going to start off the show. We're very, very excited to announce Fault Lines.
Yes.
An acoustic folk pop moment. I love this band. Actually, I was binging and listening to them all this weekend.
I was doing that too.
So here they are to perform their latest single, Rain.
Here they are.
There's a man in a big white house trying to take my rights away. There's a man in a big white house trying to take my rights away. But I don't need no master, 'cause a woman ain't a slave. There's a man in a big white house trying to take my rights away.
There's a man sitting on a bench trying to take my ring away. There's a man sitting on a bench trying to take my ring away. But he don't know my strength, 'cause he ain't never felt my pain. There's a man sitting on a bench trying to take my ring away. Ooh, ooh.
Wash away the pain. Take it to the streets. Take whatever isn't nailed down. You wanna see the change. You better stop praying. You better stop praying for rain. There's a build a wall, he wants to take my friends away. There's a man trying to build a wall, he wants to take my friends away. Well, president or not, you can't keep freedom in a cage. There's a man trying to build a wall, he wants to take my friends away.
There's a man in a big white house in bed with the NRA. There's a man on the Senate floor in bed with the NRA. He'll trade the blood of children just to finance his campaigns. There's a man in a big white house in bed with the NRA. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Storm is coming in, better head for high ground. Water come and wash away the pain. Take it to the streets, take whatever isn't nailed down. You wanna see the change, you better stop praying. You better stop praying. You better stop praying for rain. There's a man in a big white house trying to take your voice away. There's a man in a big white house trying to take your voice away. Do nothing and stay silent if you think that it's okay. There's a man in a big white house trying to take your voice away.
Welcome.
Come in the middle. First of all,
How's it
fault
going?
line.
Fault line. Yes, fault line. Yes. So where did you two meet, by the way?
Well, we met doing gigs together, you know, here in Los Angeles.
Because you were working with a lot of big artists, each of you, right? And then you decided to finally create your own band.
Yeah, I sing background for several artists throughout the years and some TV shows and stuff. So freelance, and we just met through mutual gigs.
That's amazing.
So how does it feel to be a part of Trevor Live? Because this is a huge moment. I know actually there was a little clip someone posted on their Instagram where you guys were singing backstage with back behind Titus Burgess. And
What? I first sang back in 2011. And then 2013, 2015, and then he came on in 2015 with me. When
Sang
we
the
first
Circle
met,
of Life, you know.
Yeah, so
It
we've
was
been
awesome.
It's amazing to be a part of such an amazing event, and then to be able to perform original music now.
Yes. What an elevation, right?
Yeah,
Like it's the next stage.
Yeah.
For us, that's a good step. We're happy with that.
We're excited to be
very
here.
happy about that.
And your music touches on so many empowering subjects and social issues. So can you talk to us about how you're using your music to create impact?
Well, 2016 happened, and it happened to all of us in a very big way. So, we've all been trying to deal with it in our own way, and I always joke that, I save a lot of money by writing songs because otherwise I just have to channel it onto therapy. So I write songs instead, and then, I hope that my version of the events, my feelings on what we're all going through resonate with people. That's the best thing that could possibly happen.
Wow, it's beautiful. That's so beautiful.
You've also raised money for ACLU and Planned Parenthood.
That's right.
Yes, we've done several. Planned Parenthood, ACLU, we've done several. We're actually going to do another one around February, another benefit show.
So yeah, we
we're
always
excited.
like to. We feel like the courts are being a little bit, things are very tense right now, and people need champions, and we are trying to be a champion for everybody, which is actually really exhausting. There's so many great causes out there.
Yeah. I think it's so interesting to switch gears here. I'm from the South, Nashville, and the one thing that stood out to me is the folky sound that you guys produce. How would you guys describe your music?
We call it folk pop. Yeah. So we think we didn't invent a genre, but it's somewhere so far between two different things that we define it somewhere in the middle.
Okay. Yeah, we just love the tight folk harmonies, so an acoustic guitar and folk pop.
And what's it like performing here for Trevor Live?
It's incredible. It's an incredible experience. We're so happy to be a part of such an amazing event. it's just important for people to feel loved, and we're grateful for Trevor Project that they provide hope for people, and just if we can be a small part of that to use our music and our voice.
And you're now performing another song,
Oh,
right? So
yes, you are.
What are you guys performing?
We're actually going to debut a song we've never done before.
Never
Wait, is this
performed
a
live, so
Trevor
you guys
Live
get to hear it.
exclusive?
Yep,
Trevor Live
exclusive.
More of a reason for to donate. I'm just saying.
Come on. So more from Fault Lines right now here on the Trevor Live. Well, it's actually an orange carpet.
No, yeah.
Music
okay.
showcase. And a reminder to please donate. We continue fundraising, trvr.org/TrevorLive to donate. And here's Fault Lines.
I used to know how it feels to be alone, how it hurts to be the only one.
But I came round. Now I stand on solid ground. I know who I am and what I've done. Oh, you're gonna be surprised. You're gonna be surprised when today's the day when we rise up, rise up, rise, rise. When we rise up, rise up, rise, rise. When we rise.
And you know what it looks like when we fall. Yeah, our faces tell it all. Oh.
Even though we have stumbled, we are proud. Have to listen 'cause we're loud. Oh, you shouldn't be surprised. You shouldn't be surprised when today's the day when we rise up, rise up, rise, rise. When we rise up, rise up, rise, rise. When we'll never come back down, never come back down, no, never come back down. When we rise up, rise up, rise, rise. When we rise. Oh, hand on my heart. Oh,
That's when the healing starts.
oh, nothing can tear us apart. Oh, nothing can tear us apart. When we rise up, rise up, rise, rise. When we rise up, rise up, rise, rise. No, we'll never come back down, never come back down, no, never come back down. When we rise up, rise, rise. When we rise. It's not about us, it's all about all of us. It's not about us, it's all about all of us. It's not about us, it's all about all of us. It's not about us, it's all about all of us.
Oh my God, I am obsessed with them, and you should be too. Once again, that was premiering their new single and the Trevor Live exclusive, Rise Up by Fault Lines.
Check it out right now everywhere, wherever it's streaming.
I mean, I'm
right?
obsessed with them,
Yes,
Sierra.
that was amazing. And just to listen to it here, it was a very special moment. So
I mean, the
thank you.
ground was shaking because the voices are incredible.
Now, we're having so much fun. We want to thank,
Yes.
again, Reverie TV for making this all possible. Now, Reverie is the first 24/7 queer network available on Pluto TV, on Zumo, Pluto, and on wherever the apps are available.
No, like literally anywhere any of the apps are available. I mean, it's Zumo, Pluto, Revery's own apps, and it's so cool because they're doing like now live, channels. It's a live channels, which where you're viewing this, because Reverie is just our family. We love Reverie.
And of course, you can find music videos, music like from the Fault Lines. Also, Boy Untitled, who'll be performing here today.
Yes, who's joining us a little bit later in the show.
Also, there's a world premiere of his shorts, of his film.
I can't
called
wait to
Out.
see that.
So definitely stay tuned for that. So Reverie is just a place you could find amazing content for the LGBTQ plus and the queer community, and they do it unapologetically, baby. So right now, we're actually going to be bringing you a video from our favorite Eugene Yang from the Try Guys.
So can we talk a little bit? Because did you get to talk to him
I
on
didn't
the
get
carpet?
to chat with him.
First
But he's
of all, I
amazing.
love him.
We love Eugene. And here's a video that includes him explaining why the work the Trevor Project does is
incredible.
so important.
I am at the Trevor Project, the world's largest suicide prevention organization for LGBTQ youth. Today, I'm going to find out if I have what it takes to become a Lifeline counselor.
We try to provide direct services in any way that a young person might need them. I think we're most famous for the Lifeline because that's what we've been operating for 20 years nonstop. We have trained counselors who are available 24/7.
So we're gonna abridge what our Lifeline volunteers go through. You're gonna come in and interview with me, and we'll see if you're a good fit for the training process. We'll start to maybe work through some role plays. We'll role play a call and see how you do.
I'm going to nail this role play.
Okay.
Which in this context is not usually what I mean when I say that.
We can talk young people through anything from fear of coming out, confusion around gender identity, bullying in school, all the way up to, I am feeling suicidal right now. We want to make sure that, no matter what the issue is, when you're calling, you're getting a non-judgmental ear.
So my goal is to get hired.
Yeah, your goal is to get picked as a Lifeline volunteer. I want you to be yourself, but I'm hoping that it'll be a
softer version. I think I have the perfect outfit in mind.
Okay. That's a choice.
Hello. What is friendlier than your grandma's couch?
No, I think that's actually really accurate.
Everyone would sit on me.
Welcome to your interview.
So one of the things we teach people is to be an active listener. It's really important that you're really listening to what the young person is telling you.
Tell me about a time when you supported someone in your life through a crisis.
So I have this friend, we'll call her Stacy, right? She's seeing this guy, we'll call him Carl. Carl f***ing sucks. I did everything in my power to get Stacy out of this toxic relationship.
And how do you think it went with Stacy?
She married him.
Okay.
Yeah.
The other thing that we teach people
Yes.
is to not be judgmental, obviously.
He doesn't even clean his shirts. You see Carl, and there's always a mysterious yellowish stain.
The other thing is empathy.
Right, Gus Kenworthy, I'm empathetic. That's right. I love dogs.
That's true. But you hate babies.
That's true.
How would you define empathy?
In Marvel Comics, when a mutant's an empath, they can literally feel people's feelings.
Sure. Again, another reference I know nothing about. I know nothing.
You don't know, when people talk about the Avengers, you exit the chat.
Unless it's one of our callers, then I would ask them questions and want to learn about it.
You're not getting out of it this easy. Name one Avenger.
I think something that's really beautiful about volunteering on the Lifeline is you get a sort of second family in the volunteer community.
Oh. So what if my family fights all the time?
That sounds like it's difficult.
So not my family, a new family.
Yeah.
My parents are divorced.
Okay.
She moved to France.
Okay.
I have two sisters. I've always felt inadequate. They're better than me. I feel like sometimes I use my queerness to be special. And because they were girls, because they always had to overcome me being the boy, and then they beat me at everything. So I was the inadequate boy.
You really spent some time just trying to do your best in your family.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm gonna pivot back to the interview. We want folks who care very deeply about this work. So in terms of LGBTQ youth-related issues, what are some of the topics that you think you feel really comfortable talking about or that you know a lot about?
I think I would be able to speak personally about being able to overcome my own self-loathing and my own bouts of depression growing up. Because I really did hate who I was. And I really could not imagine that I would ever put on a suit like this. Everything I am now that people know was born from that struggle. And to get through that struggle was probably the most poignant and hardest thing I ever did in my life. And so I guess to be able to talk to other kids about it is probably one of the most important things I could do.
I think that you can find a lot of empathy in that, right? Like you understand that depression, you understand that pain. Our callers don't have any space to talk about what they're going through, and instead we'll ask some open-ended questions and we'll really sort of be there to learn about what they're going through and what their experience of everything is. I do want to share that I think you did okay in the interview.
Okay.
And I'm going to move you forward into the training.
I'm excited to take this into the role play.
Cool.
Always sounds wrong when I say it. Yeah, I'm excited to get into this role play.
Really just going to be going by my voice, and we want to hear that sort of friendliness come through in your voice. Ask a ton of open-ended questions to learn more about my story.
Okay. Active listening, empathy, and friendliness.
Wow. Yeah, that's great.
So basically, improve upon everything I've sucked at so far.
We can go with that. You answer the phone. I'm going to have you say, "Hello, Trevor Lifeline. This is Eugene. What's going on?" You ready?
Yes, I'm ready to go.
All right.
Hello, Trevor Lifeline. This is Eugene. What's going on?
Hi.
Hi. How are you doing?
Things are really tough right now. I'm just hoping that we could talk about it.
Yeah, of course. What's your name?
My name is Tay.
Hey, Tay. What do you want to talk about?
Okay, so I just started high school a couple weeks ago, and I'm non-binary, and things have just been really, really tough in school.
Oh, no, I'm sorry to hear that. Yeah, school can be tough.
Yeah. It's just like all the kids are sort of like bullying me, and it's been a really sort of hard couple of days.
Suicide is the second leading cause of death among young people. Lesbian, gay, bisexual youth are more than 4 times more likely than their straight peers to attempt suicide.
Tell me more about what these kids are saying at school.
They just like do this thing where they say a lot of like mean words, and then they just like don't talk to me.
Wait, time out. Can we time out real quick?
Yeah,
Joey,
absolutely.
I don't know what to do.
Yeah, so it sounds like you got a little stuck. The first thing
Yeah.
I want to check in on is, how are you feeling during that?
The idea of talking to someone who's young and lost and doesn't know what to do with their identity, and they don't know how to deal with it, it just made me feel like I was talking to myself, and I just can't imagine other counselors who probably feel the same way as me and how much training they had to go through to be able to get through these calls without personally breaking down. It's testament to how well this organization is run.
Well, I think that this person is feeling really lonely, right? And they're feeling really sad. And I think sometimes when adults are trying to help young people, we might jump into this space of wanting to fix it. But it can be really great to just sort of sit with the narrative.
Trans and non-binary and genderqueer community is like year over year, the amount of contacts we receive from people that self-identify in those categories has just like skyrocketed to where it's almost half of our overall crisis contacts now.
When I'm in class, the kids behind me, I can hear them laughing a lot, and I know that they're laughing about me.
Oh no. What are they laughing about?
Because I dress a little different and I look a little different than them. They think it's really funny, but I'm just trying to be me.
Well, there's nothing wrong with being different.
Yeah. It's nice to hear that.
Yeah.
In the news where there might be a bill that's coming forward that could disproportionately affect a community, like a trans military ban, we'll see big spikes in contacts like immediately following.
There was the New York Times article about the restrictive definition of gender, and we saw nearly double crisis call volume at that time.
Wow.
Yeah.
I feel lonely some days, and then I mean some days I'm just like, I feel like a badass. So it feels like really complicated.
That's totally normal. I don't talk about it much, but the Trevor Project is something that I wasn't aware of when I was young, and I desperately needed. Even talking to Joey is just having someone like that to talk to would have changed so much for me, and I can only imagine how much it helps young LGBTQ people today.
Some people can get complacent because you get a win here or there, but we are so far from full equality and freedom for all LGBTQ people in this country that unfortunately Trevor is more needed than ever.
I think there's a lot of bravery there, being your real self.
So Eugene, I'm gonna stop us here.
Yeah?
Yeah, I think that you're doing such a good job. I mean, the three things that we talked about, you being friendly, empathetic, and using some active listening, you're doing all of them really well.
We definitely need volunteers. The easiest way is to go to our website, thetrevorproject.org. On the main page, you will see a big button for volunteering, and all the information will be there. No matter where you are in the country, there is a volunteer opportunity.
The Trevor Project is providing something really valuable, but the end goal is that we progress enough as a society where we don't need to have it in the first place, and that LGBTQ kids could live in a world where they don't feel like they have to call someone to be able to talk. So with maybe the full training, I could possibly become a Lifeline counselor.
Yeah.
We'll meet back to back again tomorrow.
Sure, Eugene, we could do that.
Okay, nice.
What a great video with Eugene Yang
love
and the
Eugene.
team at the Trevor Project.
Yes.
And more reason why, hopefully you saw why you get to support the Trevor Project today. And it's so easy. We are letting you donate. We are giving you a chance to donate.
We are letting you donate.
Do it. It's so easy. The link is right here on the live stream, but also it is trvr.org/TrevorLIVE. If you're enjoying this live stream, if you are inspired by the work that the Trevor Project does, and you believe that LGBTQ youth in crisis deserve support, deserve help, then make a difference. Be part of the difference.
It's literally the holiday season. This is what we're supposed to be doing, and to know your money's going somewhere that is important, it just shows. And that's why we have a special surprise for you.
Yeah, the live stream continues.
Yes. Okay, so we are actually about to have the premiere of a Reverie original film out by Boy Untitled, aka Mark Tennyson. It's going to be exciting.
And stay tuned, because he's going to be performing in just a bit and joining us for a little interview. But in the meantime, here is Out.
Use it? No. I thought by pulling this, I was going to take it out.
Falling into place, reaching out to nowhere.
That sounds good. I don't want to make it. Not bad.
I guess I didn't really fully understand the scope of this project when I first started it until my dad passed away this year. But essentially, when I started writing this whole project, I had just turned 30, and I come from a musical background. I was raised as a musician from the age of 4. My parents were very gracious and invested in fostering all of me and my brother and my sister's talents. You know, when I left home and I went to college, I started figuring out that I wasn't straight. And then when I finally did come out, all of that Christian stuff that I had been brought up on really came to a head. You know, home was always such a safe space for me. And so when I left school and I didn't live at home and I was becoming my own man and figuring all of that out, and when I, brought that back into that space that, embraced me, quote unquote, unconditionally, and it turned out that that wasn't the case, that there very much was conditions to that love. And I don't think any of their pushing away or telling me they wish I was different or any number of hurtful things that they had said to me came out of any place other than they didn't understand.
Setting fire to the room, watch it burn.
Pushing love outside your heart, never learn. In the shadow of his light, you can't see me. Yeah, your love ain't.
And then Kyle and I getting married, and then them not even coming to our wedding because they couldn't put aside their Christian beliefs to quote unquote support us in that way. It took me 10 years to like realize that some things don't change.
You can't see me. Yeah, your love, it ain't easy.
So when I got to 30, that month, my dad was diagnosed with cancer. This conversation I just had with a new friend about this whole experience, you know, she asked me kind of out of the blue and just very matter-of-factly, can you forgive him? And I couldn't answer in that moment. I truly didn't know. I'm like, I don't see them changing. It's been 10 years. We have the same conversations. I've tried to love. I've tried to be compassionate. I've tried to be empathetic. And so when he went to hospice, I sat down in bed and that question just rung out my head. And I, without even thinking, I just felt it. I'm like, I do forgive you. My dad and I ended that trip both saying that I forgive you to each other, and him just really being emphatic that he wanted Kyle to be a part of our family. And my mom too. My mom just was like, none of this shit is worth it. Like, I just want Kyle to be a part of the family, and I just want him to forgive me. And just like that word forgiveness just painted everything so differently. I got home after the funeral and I just got the master of this EP and I listened to all the music finalized for the first time, and it just, in my head, it was so emblematic of this entire experience I had just had. That moment in my life this year is so bittersweet, but also beautiful. This could have been such a tragic situation, but it ended so poetically. After 10 years of heartache with my family, we came to a resolution and we loved each other and we chose to love each other above everything else. When I started this project, I certainly wasn't writing it about that experience, but it became a prophetic guidebook to how I would deal with the situation. And I'm really proud of this project because I saw that story through, I'm seeing this story through. I feel myself becoming this person that is capable of really making a difference. I feel like I'm really closing the book on this particular chapter, and I did this shit well. And I did it with integrity, and I did it with love. I'm ready to do that on an even bigger scale after this.
I'm breathing
That's what this project means to me. I think I can make a difference.
Now that was out again, and you can find that film and more only on Reverie TV.
How inspiring, right?
It is,
Yeah.
it is. And now we actually have the man himself in the flesh.
Finally, I've been
performing
waiting for
us.
this.
Yes, performing his single Spark. Please welcome Boy Untitled.
Woo-hoo!
With each day the same as the next, I rest in this phase, so I turn the page with athletic grace. I play it safe in my own way. I'm in my own way, crashing into a static wave like an open field, keeping me in place. I can count on time with her changing face, holding on to fear, cause he feels so safe, like a spark of fire, the spark of new life, ripples through shallow peace, illuminating me, the spark of new life. Oh, the spark of new life. With each day the same as next, I roll out of bed, back into my head, to live with the doubts I accept, pressing inside while stroking my pride, shifting gears in a losing race, hiding every scar that I can't erase. I can't hide from time with her changing face, holding on to fear, cause he feels so safe, like a spark of fire, a spark of new light, ripples through shallow peace, illuminating me, the spark of new life. Oh, the spark of new life. All of my shadows that I can't erase, change the story, meet them face to face. Under my shadows, where I feel so safe, in this empty space, we co-create the spark, like a spark of fire, the spark of new light, ripples through shallow peace, illuminating me, the spark of new light. Oh, the spark of new life. Yeah, the spark of new life.
Spark, and now joining us right here,
Running over
on
here
our
as we
orange
speak.
carpet. How's it going?
I'm great.
Can we, I know we have to talk about the important things like this, the bolo tie. Hi.
Hi, how's it going? Everything I'm wearing tonight is Ashton Michael.
I love it.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
I wear this one day. I mean, this is totally the look.
It's meant for him, not you. It's okay.
I don't know. You look great in anything you wear, so it's
You
fine.
do.
So let's talk about this film Out that we just saw, and like tell us about the importance of it to you, and like what it all meant, and why did you put it together?
It started as just a project about my debut EP, self-titled Boy Untitled, and so with all of that coming up, I was about to release that in May, and then in March my father passed away. He lost his battle to cancer, and it wasn't until he passed away that the meaning of this project really came to light for me. My family, I grew up in a born-again Christian home. My family really struggled with my coming out. When I got married, they struggled with accepting that, and
there were many times during that experience, especially as my father got sicker and sicker, that I was faced with, do I walk away? What do I do? Because at some point it's not healthy to be in that, to keep putting yourself in that position.
Yeah, and it seems like what's the beautiful thing coming out of this and what shows in the film is a lot of your community. How did that come together?
Yeah, absolutely. And you know, my birth family came together around that experience, and we were really reborn. But the thing that carried me, you know, through everything before that was my chosen family and this community of people that are around me, and every person that came together during that project. Including Reverie, who hosted it and brought together a team to make all of this happen. I'm so blessed with the chosen family that has supported me and has helped create a space where we can all be vulnerable together.
And
I love that.
The word that just came up is forgiveness. And what does that mean to you? And maybe that could support someone watching as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is my first time with the Trevor Project, and you know, just being here and watching everything and being part of this community and feeling the energy here, that community that I'm talking about isn't something that I had as a kid. The queer community, the community that supports LGBTQ people, and being here tonight and being able to share a story of forgiveness and share a story of vulnerability in this space with this community is such a full circle moment for me. I'm so happy to be a part of this now.
Yeah. See, I call this like our family reunion, but so everyone can keep up with you. Tell us everywhere, like where they can find you, all the important stuff.
At Boy Untitled on Instagram, on all the platforms, and boyuntitled.com is a quick catch-all for everything.
And now you're performing another song. What are you performing
I can't
right
get
now?
enough of you.
This next song is the lead single off of my EP, Skin, and do I run that way now?
Go ahead and run.
Here he is, Boy Untitled.
I'm obsessed.
Enjoy.
Far beyond the seasons of this phase, I feel impressions of a distant love's embrace. The desire at my heel, keeping pace. I carried fear along the way. Now I finally feel the weight. I feel it pressing on my heart as I fall to my knees. A sweet surrender washes over me. These are the open arms of freedom, falling into place, reaching out to nowhere, as wide as outer space. I feel my skin break away. Like a rising on the colors taking hold, walking undiscovered paths as they unfold. The fire in my heart shining like gold. Hey, leave those shadows in the gray, like to chase the fear away. Love is pouring out my heart as I fall to my knees. A sweet surrender washes over me. These are the open arms of freedom, falling into place, reaching out to nowhere, as wide as outer space. I feel my skin break away, 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 away. Hey! Da 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 da. Da, 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 da. And I feel it everywhere, cracking, breaking, and shifting. This energy inside my core is becoming gravity, expelling itself
into a newly discovered universe, to a race fully expressed, and to a self fully realized.
These are the open arms of freedom, falling into place, reaching out to nowhere, as wide as outer space. I feel my skin break away, away. My skin break away, away, away,
Thank you.
That was amazing.
Are you kidding me? How good?
Untitled.
This boy
We are
Untitled.
Just like feeling all the positivity and energy today.
I mean,
Thank
and
you so much.
The little message that he gave at the end, I'm telling you,
incredible.
the talent here is incredible, and I'm so thankful that
Yes.
Trevor and Reverie and everyone here has just brought us together for this beautiful moment.
And thank you again to Fault Lines for also performing tonight.
Yes,
and to all
yes.
of you for watching and donating. Once again, it is not over. Please
Nope.
keep supporting. Donate at trvr.org/TrevorLIVE. The link is right here, and support an incredible cause. You are literally saving lives of LGBTQ
We are
youth.
so close to our goal, $300,000. I mean, look at us, $219,000 and some change. We're almost there, y'all.
Yes, so I'm Shira Lazar.
And I'm Ryan Mitchell.
And you can listen to us on Let's Go There on Channel Q Radio every single day.
Yes.
We are channelq.com. But in the meantime, continue enjoying this incredible show and the Trevor Project.
Honey, it's time to go for us to get a drink.
Yeah. Bye. Have a great
guys.
night.
And now it is my pleasure to bring to the stage the cast of Stonewall Out Loud: Lance Bass, Michael Turchin, Daniel Frezies, Raja, and Freddie E.
We got this.
Wow, this is cool. This is a cool night. Are you guys having a good time tonight? Hi everyone, I'm Raja. In case you don't know what that means, I won RuPaul's Drag Race Season 3. And on behalf of my castmates, I want to thank our directors, Fenton and Randy, for giving us the privilege and carrying the history forward. So Randy and Fenton over there, give it up to them. For those of you who don't know, this is my friend Tree. This is my friend Tree. And Tree is a bartender at the Stonewall and has been since 1969. So he's been there for 51 years. Tree, because of the risks you took and hold on, oh God, my God, I can't even see, here we go. Tree, because of the risk you took and the sacrifice you and your LGBTQ family made in 1969, we get to stand here tonight and without fear, and we're spreading a message of hope to all the LGBTQ youth tonight. So thank you so much, Tree, for being there. There are so many from the earlier days who are no longer with us, but I'd like to think that somehow, wherever they might be, they are all smiling, thinking of all of us tonight, here together at Trevor Live, beautiful, loving, and loving one another. Want to say something, Tree?
Good evening, everybody. In 1969, I was at Stonewall dancing around with my friends when the police raided the place. I went to jail 10 or 12 times over the years for just being in a gay bar. We did not know that was going to be the big raid. I was a 30-year-old man at that time, and I just turned 80 years young. And I'm still bartending at Stonewall Thursday, Friday, Saturday. When you're in New York, come for a drink. First drink's on the house. Second drink is double price.
That's it. Thank you so much, everyone. Have a wonderful, wonderful night. Good night, everybody.
Please welcome back your hosts, Sasheer Zamata and Zazie Beetz.
Now, let's see how this room is doing in supporting the Trevor Project. Just to remind everyone, our goal is 100% participation, so we'd like to encourage everyone to get involved, especially those who are new to the Trevor Project and moved by its mission.
We know there are some of you who came as someone's guest, or maybe your company bought a table and you got the lucky free ticket. It's been a pretty easy ride for you so far. So now's the perfect time to show your appreciation by texting in a donation to the Trevor Project.
Just to be clear, Sasheer is not bullying you. We are very against bullying here at the Trevor Project. However, we're all for using guilt trips to motivate you to give. So let's take a look and see how we're doing. We're currently at, let's see. I don't know, we are currently at...
help.
Very high number.
Yeah. We're doing really well, but could be doing better.
Could be doing better. Do you want to just read
Yeah.
these off? We have some names here.
Mm-hmm. Table 124, Heidi Klum, Tom and Bill donated $5,000.
Thank you. We have table 235, Brian Dorsey with $5,000. Thank you.
Table 121, Tracy Quick with $10,000.
And then table 115, Riley Buss Drexel, $5,000. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And congratulations. Oh, that's this part, I think. Congratulations to our latest round of table champions, blah, blah, blah. Text to pledge. Number, again, which is up here, 310-929-4644. It will continue to be open throughout our show, so please, if you haven't already, text it. If you have already, text again, and help us reach $300,000 tonight before the end of our program.
Now, yeah. Now we'd like to talk about the recipient of the TrevorLIVE 2020 Visionary Award. Each year, this honor recognizes a corporation or organization that has supported or increased the visibility and understanding of the LGBTQ community.
The PwC Charitable Foundation has been raising awareness for Trevor's crisis and suicide prevention services. I hear the fans for LGBTQ youth since 2016 when they made their first investment in the organization.
The foundation amplifies the good work of PwC employees, helping them create change and progress for the causes that are near and dear to them. Here's just one of their stories.
When I first realized that I was gay when I was 12 years old, I have never felt so alone. Over the years, I began to struggle with depression, anxiety, and eventually suicidality. And nobody should ever have to feel that way.
The Trevor Project is at the forefront of this issue that is impacting more than 1.8 million LGBTQ youth each year. The PwC Foundation is so excited to do our part to help the Trevor Project in the next phase of its development, a development and a transformation that will enable this great organization to reach even more LGBTQ youth in crisis. The PwC Foundation is constantly looking for ways to help organizations innovate and create scalable change to approach some of society's important problems.
You know, I think about this collaboration between PwC and the Trevor Project, and if I had to go back to 12-year-old Tristan, I could tell him, you know, today I am working at a place that is making a difference for people like you. And I think that I get to say I'm doing right by him. So I'm really proud of that.
To accept this year's 2020 Visionary Award on behalf of the PwC Charitable Foundation, please welcome Chief Purpose and Inclusion Officer at PwC, Shannon Schuyler, and the President of the PwC Charitable Foundation, Yolanda Seals-Coker.
Good evening. So my daughter Sydney is at home watching this live, and she saw those dancers on stage, and she was like, "Oh my gosh, Mom, I hope you don't have to go after them." So
We were both trying to figure out who was who on stage, and it did not work out well for either of us.
No.
So we're so glad there was something in there.
no. So Shannon and I are so honored to accept this award on behalf of our colleagues at the PwC Charitable Foundation. Those of you who are not familiar with the foundation, we want to take a little bit of time right now to tell you a bit more about who we are and what we do. The PwC Foundation was started by the people of PwC, an organization that has a ton of experience in products and services focused on technology. The PwC Foundation is able to take advantage of this expertise to help underserved communities, especially those in crisis, which brings us to the Trevor Project.
So I first became aware of the Trevor Project in 2016. So we had this huge event where our people got to decide what are the organizations that we want to do more for, and it was a crowdfunding project, and lo and behold, Trevor Project crushed everyone. So it was a project that people said, this is the one that if you want to invest in, that can make the most difference. And so we did that as an organization, as a firm, and we turned that over to the PwC Charitable Foundation. And the foundation, I know, amazing. So amazing. 55,000 people in the US said this is the place to give to. So seeing that our people had such a deep appreciation and passion for this organization had me go at the time, and I had the incredible opportunity to meet with and I met with other people in the organization and said, not only is this a great organization, because literally this is the best run nonprofit I have ever worked with. Which over my 23 years of working with nonprofit organizations actually means a great deal. This is an organization that wasn't out for the money, but was out to make an impact. And you heard Connor, and you heard these people talk, and they were there for the individual. And this is because building capacity in what they do actually makes an incredible change. And so I was drawn to the fact that they were really focused on growing their impact and being able to not only focus on the people that they currently had in the organization and the dwellings that they had, but really focusing on keeping people alive and people that they had not yet touched yet, but they knew that they could. And that was something that we realized that we could do. And the impediment was technology and the ability to say, how do you scale this? How do you make sure that not just a small group of people had access, but a large group? And Amit didn't say, like, I want your money. He said, I want your capacity. And I want your ability to change 1.8 million individuals and their lives. And that's something very different than just saying that I want your money. And so that compassion led us to say that there are people that are alone, and there are people who are depressed, and there are people who are scared. But what could we do about it? Not just throw a check, but how could we be engaged? And how could we be with you on a step-by-step basis? And the thought about being the need for people to be on the other end of the phone. For when someone makes a phone call, like how easy does that seem? Like we pick up our phone how many times a day, and somebody calls and says, what can we do? And for someone to say, I can save your life? Like how do you say that that is not worthwhile. So to go from our people saying that we care about this organization, this is a great organization, to realizing that this organization, yes, is great, but it actually saves people's lives, is something that is fundamentally different. And you should all know this is different than other organizations, and PwC Charitable Foundation embraced that, and we were able to give that back to say, then what comes next?
Right. So our foundation came together, and we were looking for ways to explore better collaboration between our foundation and Trevor Project. And we wanted to learn more. We wanted to understand that this is a really big challenge that Trevor is taking on and that Trevor is facing. But particularly, we wanted to impact those 1.8 million LGBTQ youth every year that are considering suicide. That is a staggering statistic. We've heard it a lot this evening, and as a parent, it is a shocking statistic for me to hear. And it's heartbreaking.
The Trevor Project has made significant technology advancements over the last 2 years in really trying to keep up with the demand. All the scaling of the 24/7 we've talked about tonight, like the ability to be able to reach people for every time they're ready for it, the real time, what it is, and that costs money. And that is investment. If somebody wants to reach out and they're in need, you need to be in need there. And that costs what it does to be able to be all-inclusive for that individual. And so this is something that we need to do more. And we need to look more of not only what we have done and what the organization has done, but how do we further go on to look at this LGBT community and say, what else can we do? And how can the PwC Charitable Foundation go beyond and really look at the technology advancements to help this organization to continue to grow further and farther and to be able to solve those problems and the investment that's needed to really drive this organization to the next phase.
So we've talked a lot about what it costs and how much work there is to do. And so we are thrilled this evening to announce that the PwC Charitable Foundation is investing $6 million over the next 4 years. The fans are out. This will literally go down as a first and probably a last that I have ever been applauded with fans. I mean, there is something really special happening in this room right now. But this is a really significant grant. This is a significant grant for our foundation. We make a commitment to go deep with organizations that we care about, that we're passionate about, and that are doing great things in their community. And this is the largest grant ever received by the Trevor Foundation. So as we wave our fans, we're thinking, wow, $6 million is a lot of money.
That's a lot of money.
It's a lot of money.
That's a lot of money.
You're right, it is. But let me give you a sense of how we think this money is going to be best used to help this organization do some of the great work that it's doing. My slide needs to advance.
We're excited.
Okay, we're excited. Okay,
Right,
so we're so excited.
We got ahead of it. It's so exciting.
We got so excited, we went off script, and the people backstage are getting mad at us. So we're so excited to work with the folks from Trevor in overseeing the implementation of this grant over the next 4 years. Let's talk a little bit about what that looks like. We've come up with a very specific plan that utilizes cutting-edge technology to scale up the number of Trevor volunteer crisis counselors so that hundreds, if not thousands of counselors can be available for our young people 24/7. Right now, Trevor trains 120 chat and text counselors per year. The new training platform will allow them to train 100 counselors each and every month. And we'll also be creating features for these volunteers that increase morale, build an even better sense of the community, with the goal of helping to retain them. All of you in this room who have answered those phones know that this is difficult and emotional work, and burnout is real. So we want to make sure that we're helping Trevor to create the platform that's going to support its volunteers.
And to be clear, incredibly important, and to be clear that all of this will be developed because we know that as a part of giving who you are, that comes with a great gift that you give others, but privacy is incredibly important. And so part of the PwC platform is not only that you are able to give information, but we protect it. And so making sure that the information that you provide is a part of what that looks like, and making sure that we provide over $2 million worth of really technology support to make sure that the information that's there is confidential. And it's information that you can provide, but that we care for. And that's a part of how people further develop and how you emerge from the situations that you are, but you don't have to worry about.
That's fantastic. So Shannon and I are accepting the 2020 Visionary Award. I'm not sure whose desk it gets to go on behalf of an incredible, incredible team. And we'd like to specifically thank the PwC Foundation Board, our trustee Liz Diap, who helped lead this great collaboration, our PwC Foundation former board member and Trevor board member, Mike Dillon, who is here with us tonight. Our foundation team members, Charlotte, Coker Gibson, and Anna Mattel, for all their hard work on putting together this proposal. You can imagine it takes a lot of work to put together how we're going to spend $6 million, and these ladies did an incredible job. And we'd also like to thank the Trevor team, Sam Dorison, John Callery, Munir Pandwaji from Trevor. Your consistent ability to think big, to build, to innovate, to collaborate, to think about all that is possible in the art of the possible between our two organizations has been incredible and inspiring, and it has truly been a pleasure to work with all of you.
And earlier, we recognized the 50th anniversary of Stonewall, and I just want to let you know that my 6-year-old, who just turned 7 last week, had the most incredible experience of being able to go with PwC and Mike Dillon and over 200 people from PwC and to march in the parade in New York. And before doing so, he went to the PwC building at 300 Madison, where he got glitter and he got nails painted, and he was like, "Mommy, does this happen every day at PwC?" Of which I was like, maybe. And so he is now overwhelmed with not only do we do this, but what an incredible gift that we have given to be able to make sure that everyone is adopted and included. And the LGBTQ people in his family are folks that he works with every single day. And so thank you. Thank you for being a part of not only my son, but my son being able to make 1.8 million kids and young adults able to have a chance to share what's happening with them and a chance to save their lives. Like, I could never imagine my 7-year-old not having that. And what we have done and what you have all done today makes that a reality. So thank you all.
Thank you.
Hello. right.
Who's saying this?
I think I'm saying this.
Okay, cool.
Now, all of you are going to meet someone who exemplifies what can happen when Trevor is there with his message of love and hope and acceptance. So please give a warm welcome to Rain Grayson.
I planned to take my life the weekend before my 23rd birthday. I had come out as transgender on New Year's Day that same year. After coming out, I thought the worst was over because I had accepted who I was. Depression cured, right? I couldn't have been more wrong. After I came out, I was assaulted at my job, held down by a man who wanted to teach me that I was a girl, and had a dent put in my car by a man who saw me walk into the restroom. I was afraid to even get out of bed in the morning. In my journal, I wrote every day that I wished I were dead. Going back into the closet wasn't an option to me, but I thought I would be murdered if I continued my transition. So I drove around my home of the Hudson Valley for a few hours, saying goodbye to it, before parking at the Poughkeepsie train station to jump in front of the next incoming train. I was scared and alone. I tried to call my best friend, but he either didn't answer or I chickened out. I then remembered that there had recently been trans-friendly hotlines, so I Googled for a chat line. I chose to reach out to the Trevor Project through chat instead of the phone because I couldn't stand the sound of my own voice, and I thought hearing it might drive me straight off the yellow ledge. When someone responded, I didn't let on that I was about to kill myself, but I told them that I felt alone. I logged off fairly quickly, but not before I was told I wasn't alone, which might sound like a cliche until you really do feel like there's no one. I closed the chat without saying goodbye because I was embarrassed. I regret not saying thank you because the train passed by and I picked up my suicide note, tore it up, and went home. I couldn't even tell you the specifics of what we talked about, but one thing I can tell you, I don't think I would be standing here today if it weren't for the Trevor Project. Yeah. Today, I'm 27. I'm a college graduate with 2 degrees, thank you very much. And I'm engaged to another queer person who is absolutely the love of my life. I'm pursuing a career in playwriting with my focus on putting other trans people in the spotlight because I want them to know there are other trans people in the world, something I desperately needed to know when I first came out but didn't. I'm not just surviving, I'm thriving. I live my life with every fiber of my being. I still struggle with mental health issues. Depression doesn't just poof out of existence. I'm a kid with depression, but I'm not the same depressed kid I was. I'm Rain Grayson, and I'm a 5'2" queer king, and I want to thank... Thank you. And I want to thank the Trevor Project for helping me get here. There are so many people who have stories like mine, so many young people who need to hear that they are worthy of dignity and respect. The fact that Trevor Text and Trevor Chat have become a 24/7 operation fills me with hope. It is so important to be there during the times when the loneliness can feel all-consuming. With 24/7 text and chat, Trevor can now reach more young people, and it will save lives. Yeah. And if I were supporting another LGBTQ young person, I'd tell them it's okay to not feel okay. You're not alone. You were put on this earth to be exactly who you are, and that person is beautiful and breathtaking. There is no one like you, and you deserve respect and to be seen. Don't ever be afraid to reach out for help. Take whatever time you need. The Trevor Project has your back. We're here for you, and we're so proud of everything you are and everything you're going to become. Thank you.
Yeah, Rain is an incredible example of why the Trevor Project services are so crucial to our LGBTQ youth.
And that's why we need to support Trevor. You can see where we're going with this. You know the drill. Time to check in and see how we're doing, meeting our fundraising goal of $300,000 in this room tonight.
Wait, hold on a sec, Sasheer. Didn't PwC just say a few minutes ago that they were making a $6 million donation to Trevor?
Yes, they did, but that's over 4 years. So.
Which is still $1.5 million a year.
Okay, all right, this is true, but it's for a specific thing. You know, like AI and machine learning and the back end to build out different asynchronous.
Oh, you really did your homework.
I did, yeah. I take my hosting duties very seriously. And that's why I know how crucial it is that we reach our $300,000 goal, text to pledge. Because of me, mentioned earlier tonight, there is still so much work to do to reach more than 1.8 million LGBTQ youth who are in crisis every year. Every dollar counts. Plus, for all the young people watching, seeing each and every person in this room committing to a brighter and better future is incredibly meaningful.
Well, you've convinced me.
Okay.
And hopefully, we've convinced all of you. There really is no donation too small or too big. So let's see where we're at. Well,
they told us.
They told us.
We know.
We're currently at $219,000.
Yeah.
Well, thank you, everyone. But I think we can make it to 300,000.
So
I think we can do it. We're really close. We still have a couple stuff going on tonight. So I'd say take out your phones one more time. Text to pledge, number again, right up there, 310-929-4644, and it will continue to be open for the rest of the night. So please, 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 if you can, it would be great to donate.
And for those of you watching on the live stream, remember, you don't have to be in this room to text in your donation. It'll work anywhere, because technology is magical that way.
But paper and pen work just fine too, so I wanted to remind you that there are pledge cards on your table for those of us in the room here, and volunteers are standing by on watch who will happily take them from you once you fill them out. You can also just leave them at your table and they'll grab them at the end of the night.
And now, it's my pleasure to introduce one of the funniest women on the planet. I look up to her so much. I mean, literally, because she's 6 feet tall. She's 5-time Emmy Award winner, the most recent for her role, Sophie Lennon in Marvelous Mrs. Maisel. Please welcome comedy icon and actor Jane Lynch.
Well, good evening, everybody. This has been an amazing, inspiring evening, and I'm so thrilled to be here at Trevor, and I love coming to this event every year. And now, bonus, I get to talk about my friend, the recipient of tonight's Champion Award, Cybil Shepherd. You know, one of the fun things about the phenomenon that is Cybil Shepherd is that because of her long and varied career, you can pretty much tell a person's age by the context in which they refer to her. Oh, she's the gorgeous young blonde who lit up the black and white screen in that Last Picture show. Okay, boomers. For the Gen Xers, why, she's the model turned detective who had all that sassy back and forth with Bruce Willis while sporting mammoth shoulder pads and moonlighting. And for our millennials, you know her as the hot new university vice chancellor on the L Word, right? Who has a sexual awakening a bit later in life when the brilliant attorney and roguishly handsome Joyce Wishnia breaks her lesbian cherry. Now, regardless of where or when you discovered the magic of Cybil Shepherd, you know all about her talent, her beauty, and her sense of humor. Now, if you think that's why we're honoring her tonight, or that just because she played a lesbian on television, you would be wrong and sadly misinformed. Cybil is being honored tonight because for decades, she has been a vocal advocate for LGBTQ rights and full equality. She was one of our first Hollywood champions, ladies and gentlemen, for acceptance and inclusion. And this is way before she and I ever made out on screen. And back then, that took courage, and it put her at great risk, especially in terms of her own standing in Hollywood. And she did it anyway. The lady persisted because it was the right thing to do. And here are just a few examples. In 1993, the video To Support and Defend was created to fight the banning of gays and lesbians in the military and sent to all the members of the House and the Senate on VHS, I'm sure. And what was the first thing that they saw when they hit play? Cybil Shepherd's gorgeous face introducing the piece. In 2000, when she appeared on Larry King Live and was asked about her position on gay marriage, and this is in 2000, she stated unequivocally, "I think to infringe on anybody's civil rights is a crime, and I absolutely believe they should have the right to marry." Back in 2000. And then she said, "I think it's none of the government's business, frankly." Well, frankly, Cybil, I agree with you, and I am glad that the government finally caught up with us. And just a side note, ladies and gentlemen, this past week, and you already know this if you read the New York Times this morning, Cybil Shepherd celebrated the marriage of her daughter, Ariel, to her new wife, Eliza. Congratulations, girls! When Don't Ask, Don't Tell reared its ugly head, Cybil once again spoke out against discrimination, supporting organizations like OutServe, SLDN, a nonprofit that supports LGBTQ folk in the military and in the veteran community. This lady marched on Washington for our rights, and way before it was the popular thing to do. For years, Cybil Shepherd has been boldly, fearlessly, and loudly making the case that everyone deserves acceptance, no matter who they love. She is a genuine talk walker, because as Lin-Manuel Miranda says, and as our Cybil believes, love is love is love is love is love is love is love. And it is my profound pleasure to present the Champion Award to my friend, Cybil Shepherd! I will get up again.
Get
I am very happy to be the mother of 3 children and the grandmother of 2 lovely children. And receiving this award is, well, it's an honor made more special by the fact that it was presented by you, Jane. I got to kiss you again. So let's go. Okay. You can move the player up, whatever I'm supposed to say. Doing the L word, I have to tell you, I auditioned for the very beginning of it, and they turned me down because they thought about going a different way. Yes, they cast Pam Grier.
Oh, that role.
That role, yeah, okay, but that's okay, because I love Pam Grier. But keep going up, keep going up. Oh wait,
blowing through. That's all right.
Okay, I kissed her more than I was supposed to. Don't tell anybody. Thank you, Jane. I'll take the I'll take the Okay, so today is a very special day, and it was thrilling to me to see in the New York Times a beautiful full page, well, it was an announcement of Eliza and Ariel's wedding. And I have to tell you that I'm such a sap. I cry at everything. So thank God for the rabbi, who, by the way, was a lady. And so she had these tissues so I could make it through it. And my little granddaughter, Wells, didn't quite get the concept of the flower girl part. I said, just throw them there. Just throw them on the floor right there by where they're going to get married. But Elijah did really well, my grandson. He brought the ring. Okay, now you can go up some more. Let's see. Throughout my career, there's been... Oh, there. Okay, why am I so deeply committed to this cause? Okay. I have a story to tell you about a woman named Gladys Terry Shepard. She was my older sister, and it was spare the rod, spoil the child household, which is not uncommon back then. But it was terrifying to me to be wondering while my father was beating the shit out of Terry if I would be next. I was next. But so I'd like to tell you something about what it was like to be my sister and to be lesbian at that time. I was born in 1950 in Memphis, okay? So that kind of puts it in perspective. It was not safe. But I will say that my sister lived the life she wanted to live. She loved women, and she had great women involved in her life, and I thank God every time I think about the chance that my sister... Now, when I did lead the March on Washington, they were a little surprised that I said, well, I have to carry the banner, and they said, well, why? I said, well, would Martin Luther King have refused to march with me because of the color of my skin? Because I felt that this was an issue that affects all of us very deeply. And so my sister did not feel safe for me to talk about that in the event of my great honor of leading that march in Washington. But she did live the life she wanted to live. And that's why this is so important. No, my sister did not have the support that these young people will be getting from this wonderful, wonderful organization. And so I want to thank everyone here tonight because we all have in our lives people that we would have liked to have saved. My sister lived the life she wanted to live, but she did not feel free to live it openly. And so, in honor of my sister, I'm sorry, Mrs. Gladys Terry Shepherd, I thank you from the bottom of my heart to be here tonight and to know that though she is no longer with us, that she lived her life. She had to live in secret, but she lived the life she wanted to live. So I just wanted to say something else about my children. Ariel, I didn't expect to have twins, okay? This was kind of a shock. It turns out when you have a boy and a girl, it means you've gotten it through your mother line somewhere up around over there. So my maternal grandmother's sister had twin fraternal boys, so I ended up with, well, it turns out that Ariel was a very pushy broad right from the beginning. She pushed Zach right out of the way. And he went sideways, and I'm going, oh my God, Zach, I still feel it to this day. I'll be sitting on the couch. Oh, God, Zach, that's where that foot went. But so I am thrilled to have been at that wedding. It was, I don't know, I think that my sister might have married. You know, it's interesting how we can come to take these things for granted and not realize that the freedom to marry who you love is relatively still new. And we're going to have to, it's going to work out okay, because Pete Buttigieg is in the election, okay? Okay, am I being too political? Because, okay, because I love him, all right? And I want him to be president. Okay, so I wasn't supposed to say that, but I said it anyway. So, I know I'm not supposed to be political, but I can't help myself. I can't help myself. I love you and nobody else. So I turned into James Brown all of a sudden. Does anybody remember James Brown? So, my darling Clementine is going to be in the new L Word. She's not here tonight because she had to babysit because Catherine Wilcox is here. And Catherine Wilcox is the other grandma. So Clementine was going, thanks, Mom. You're taking Grandma to the event. We don't have a babysitter. Anyway, it does say exit now. I take it that I've said enough. I love you. I love you all. And thank you. Thank you. I just, as Bruce Willis once said in Moonlighting, never shave.
Cybil Shepherd, everyone.
Thank you.
Now, I want to take a moment to thank all of our amazing volunteers who are now making the rounds with our final wave of fancy fans and glowing orbs. We could not do this evening without their hard work and dedication, so let's give it up for them.
Thank you.
And let's hear it for our latest group that met the table challenge. 115, Robin Satirial. Satirial? Yeah. $5,000.
Woo! It's been wonderful to be here tonight at Trevor Live 2019. I hope that all of you have been as inspired as we have. And I think for me, hearing all the different people that Trevor has reached tonight, you know, I think just seeing that it reaches all different ages, all different people from across the country, I think just hearing these individual stories really brought that home for me. Yeah. Sasheer, what's going to stick with you tonight?
I learned that you can hit on someone through a text to pledge. So I hope that was $69 well spent. When there is nowhere else to turn, Trevor is always there. Great segue, right? And back to serious. Okay. And we're here tonight to make sure that the people who need it the most are given the support, care, and counsel they need, wherever they need it, whenever they need it.
And we've asked all of you in here tonight to dig deep and to give to the Trevor Project, and you did. And I'm thrilled to let you know that tonight, here in this room, we raised $228,000. So thank you so much. And we know that with your support, we will reach $300,000. So if you haven't yet made your donation, I'll say it again, you can still text to pledge or drop off your pledge form with a Trevor volunteer during the after party. Our night is nearing an end, but the work of Trevor continues. So thank you in advance for helping us reach 100% participation tonight.
But don't head to the Hilton Valet just yet. Instead, head over to the Beverly Hills Ballroom because we're gonna close out tonight with an amazing after party hosted by Nina West, featuring performances from Morgan, Parson James, the Sisterhood Band, DJ Twin Shadow, and Mark Karamura. And thank you all for your support and for joining us here at Trevor Live.
Please join us in the Beverly Hills Ballroom for dancing, drinking, and dessert at the after party, hosted by Nina West with performances from Morgan, Parson James, the Sisterhood Band, DJ Twin Shadow, and Mark Canamara. Thank you for your support and for joining us tonight at Trevor Live.